Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Cade, are you sure we can't get him as a witness? I shake my head, interrupting Jim before he can answer Randall's question. I lean forward at the head of the table. We can. I'm sure of it. I don't know, Cade. He seemed pretty insistent. Well, that's why I'm president of the firm. I can get things done that no one else can. I know how harsh it sounds, but I'm just stating facts. Thankfully, my team is used to my demeanor. When we get him, this is an easy win for us. His testimony puts the defense at the crime. And he's reputable, I continue, watching them look hesitantly at one another, unsure if they should relax yet. This is a big one for us, Jim states. We need to win. And we will. And if you hold your own on this one, the next one just may be yours. Jim's eyes widen in disbelief before quickly clearing his throat. Yes, sir. My eyes scan over the documents spread out before us, looking for another approach. We need another safety net, just in case. What do we have other than the current accusation against this guy? Randall and Jim list things off and shuffle through paperwork, but my mind races with a different thought. We need to think outside the box here. I lean back into my chair and run my hand through my sandy brown hair, forcing myself to not pull it in frustration. The motion slows my mind as I try to see a different way to approach this case. Jim is right. This is a high-stakes case for us. And it's cases like this one that make me feel much older than my ripe 34 years. We need to think about what the defense is going to use to... I stop mid-sentence as my phone vibrates angrily at me. The others pause in suspenseful silence, waiting for me to finish my thought. Irritated at being interrupted, I still look, knowing it could be something to do with this case. I see the caller ID and my irritation rises. Standing, I straighten my tailored suit. Excuse me. The two young men look at me confused but nod, continuing to speak in a low murmur to keep strategizing. I'm out of the large room in seconds with my long stride, gripping the buzzing phone tightly in my hand. The phone stops buzzing before I make it to my office, but a voicemail appears on the screen. Since I don't need to exchange words, I stop in the hall and listen. My ex-wife's voice is tight and broken, as if she's trying not to sob. I press the phone closer to my ear to make sure I catch every word, my stomach now sick with the unknown. It just happened so suddenly. Thomas was just sick, and the flu was going around, and so I thought it was nothing. But he's gotten worse, so I took him to urgent care, and now it seems much more serious. We're at the hospital now, but they haven't told me anything yet. Her voice crackles over the speaker as she gasps to regain control over her emotions. I can picture her dark brown eyes filled with tears, biting her full lips to keep the tears at bay. I see it as clearly as if she's telling me the news in person. Just get down here as soon as possible, please, Cade. This is bigger than work. Thomas needs you. My mind instantly starts thinking of solutions to Thomas's illness. Maybe Kelsey is just overreacting, and the doctors are being extra cautious. She can be overprotective at times. Still, her voice didn't sound as if she was using this as punishment for me, not being able to see Thomas the last couple of weeks. Usually, she never misses the opportunity to berate me for being an absent father. But this voice, her tone. Taking a breath to calm my overanalyzing mind, I reach my office quickly and grab my jacket and keys. Mr. Dannington? Patricia, my secretary, calls curiously as I whisk by her. Hold my calls and let the guys know to finish up the day without me. I'll be available by phone tomorrow and check in to see their progress. I don't even glance back to see her response. I can already hear her dialing to the conference room. The drive over feels like it takes years, and all I can think about is how I could have tried harder to see him the last couple of weeks. Sure, I was busy with work, but I always am. I just try to avoid any interaction with Kelsey. It's strained and uncomfortable, and I'd rather just not deal with it. That's a piss-poor excuse to not see your son, I mumble to myself, trying to push back worst-case scenarios as to why Thomas got moved to the hospital, and if I'll get these last missed weeks back to make up to him. Not wanting to waste time looking for a spot, I pull into a loading zone only and slam my car into park. I can handle the violation later. My Johnston and Murphy Oxfords echo through the calm hospital corridor, creating a stark and bleak contrast. The clicks give away the building anxiety I'm trying to keep buried beneath my usual, controlled exterior. Before I make my way to the front desk, I spot Kelsey pacing back and forth in front of the emergency room. Her restless stride instantly tells me she's fighting to keep her inner turmoil from bubbling to the surface. Her dimples are shadowed with worry instead of her usual warm smile. My throat tightens at the sight. This has to be bad. I force myself not to run over to her and take her into my arms. Despite the resentment between us, I still hate to see her like this, especially with our son. Kelsey? What's going on? What have you heard? Her bright brown eyes glow against her dark skin as she spins to face me, completely unaware of any presence. She looks as if she wants to come to me, but stops herself short and clears her throat. Cade, I'm so glad you're here. They haven't told me anything yet. I've been here just waiting. It's okay, Kelsey. Breathe and tell me what happened. Her fingers twitch at her sides as she takes a slow inhale to steady herself. Well, like I said on the message, he was fine. He was kind of worn out and achy for a couple of days, but I thought it was the flu. But then he got worse today, and I just wanted to make sure. So I took him into urgent care, and they ran a couple of tests. What kind of tests? I don't know. I just thought they were checking for the usual. I can see her on the edge of losing control, but she reins her voice back in and takes another deep breath. When the tests came back, they said he needed to go to the hospital just to make sure things were okay. So they sent us here and called ahead. The moment we got here, they took Thomas. He's been back there ever since, and... Okay, so let me get this straight. Thomas only had the flu, but you took him in. So why are we at the hospital? I don't know, she snaps. The lack of answers she's able to give adds to my growing frustration. The need to comfort her is replaced with fury. How can you not know? You're his mother, Kelsey. If it's so bad, how could you not have noticed anything strange? I ask harshly. My worry has turned to anger. Whatever this is, I wave my hands around. Could have been prevented. The sadness of her big eyes turns to venomous daggers as they narrow at me. How dare you? How dare me? Are you even paying attention to what's been going on? Or have you been too busy teaching and chasing that master's degree of yours to take care of our son? I see her fist clench and momentarily dare her to slap me. You have no right. I'm always there for him. For 10 years I have done everything for him. And where have you been? I was there for 5 years, and it's your fault I haven't been a constant in the last 5. Bull crap, she growls through gritted teeth. She puffs herself up, looking somehow much taller than her 5.5 feet, and looks up into my face. You never were there. Why do you think we got divorced? It was always work over us. Over your son, over me. Even these last few weeks you were supposed to have him, and what were you doing? Work! I'm busy, I have to provide. Oh, shove it, Cade. I can't stand to hear the same tired excuses from you one more flipping time. I feel my anger rising enough to flush my cheeks. You think I would make excuses to avoid seeing my son? I run the firm. I have cases that pay your bills. In order to make it here, I have to be on top of it. You don't think I have the same problems as you? She snarls, pushing my chest in frustration. I know you do, but you're his mother, and you're his father, and I'm here. God, Kelsey, I can't do anything if you don't tell me what's going on. This is why I hate picking him up from you. You always want to pick a fight and bring up old crap. Old crap? This is what tore our family apart. It's your crap and inability to compromise. You think it was easy for me to go to work knowing I was missing things with Thomas and pissing you off every time I went? I couldn't win with you, just like now. I see her fist clench again as she shakes in angry silence, trying to come up with the next insult at me. Do it, I finally say. She looks at me in confusion. Slap me or scream at me, whatever makes you feel better and ends this faster. She sucks in a breath as I wait for her to decide.
Chapter 2, Kelsey. Rage boils inside of my entire body, shaking me to the core. I force myself to take in my surroundings, noting the quiet aura of the hospital and remembering the reason why we're here. With a deep, slow inhale through my nose, I'm able to keep my voice at a continued angry hiss instead of a shout. And when it comes to Cade, it comes as quite an accomplishment. As badly as I would enjoy nothing more than to show you what I really think, I want to keep our focus on Thomas. My body refuses to relax, though I'm trying. My focus is on nothing but Thomas right now, Kelsey. That's why I don't understand how you have no goddamn answers. His accusatory tone instantly causes any control I have to dissipate rapidly. My muscles grow more taut as I start trying to fight the threat of tears. You think not knowing makes me happy? You think this is my fault? Are you serious, Cade? My voice grows louder, shouting his name. Don't start with me, Kelsey. Don't start with you. I straighten my stance, making me meet his eyes, my heels allowing me to look straight into his piercing, cold blue eyes. I toe up to this man I used to think I could spend the rest of my life with. Someone I used to admire. And now all I can feel is disgust and betrayal. You're the one throwing blame. I'm here, aren't I? I haven't started anything. I learned my lesson long ago with you. Any excuse that can make me the bad guy is your go-to, though, isn't it? Even when you are the parent that's never around. You chose that? I did not, I snapped back, stomping a foot forward. I fought so hard for us, Cade, but you didn't care. You didn't notice. You were missing your son's life. Ours. My voice suddenly chokes up, but I push it back. I focus on my anger. I'm not the one to blame that you've been an absentee father. I shove my long finger into his sternum. He pushes my hand away. You think I'm an absentee father? He hisses. Aren't you? I begin to list off all the reasons. You miss visits, miss school events, parent day. Work always seems to come first. I mean, it's even the reason we split up. Would you like me to go on? Listen. No, you listen. I'm madder than I have ever been. How dare he blame me for Thomas being hospitalized, as if I don't do everything to take care of him? Since our divorce, I've tried to remain cordial for Thomas's sake, but I can't do it anymore. I have been there for everything. You chose to walk away. Take the coward's way out and blame me no matter what I did or said. I am working my ass off to be the best for my son and be present for him. I'm working, going to school to become a principal, which isn't something you need to do. Maybe if you hadn't been so busy with going back to school. Cade retorts with a sneer, but I cut him off, fuming. Yes, it is. Believe it or not, it's to better our lives. I don't want one more moment to go by where you get to say you have to work all hours of the day for us. It's the biggest lie you have ever told your son, or even yourself. You think your clients need you more than we do? Cade goes to speak, but I wave him off. We need this. I'm doing everything in my capability to do right by him and make our lives better, and you. I throw my hands up in exasperation, my voice unable to stop from escalating as we both start screaming over each other. I didn't realize how loud our conversation had grown until we are interrupted. Excuse me, I need you two to keep it down, snaps an angry nurse who seems to have just appeared at our sides. I immediately remember my place and feel my face heat up with embarrassment. I'm sorry, of course. I apologize. Cade nods his version of an apology, but stands firm in his spot, unwilling to actually admit that he did anything wrong. Of course. I fume, exhaling loudly out my nose, and force myself to just leave the heated argument. I turn away to get this vindictive man out of my view and take 2 deep breaths to steady myself. It's the same thing I do before teaching in front of my eager students. It helps me collect myself and has become a familiar thing to keep me grounded. I watch my hands slow down in their trembling as my heart rate lowers. I can't allow him to have this control over me. I know I'm a good mom. I'm doing everything I can. I'm a good mom. I close my eyes and repeat my mantra as I feel myself grow slightly calmer. I pace a few steps and then force myself to remain still now that I have distanced myself from my ex. Now that the anger has subsided, fear starts to creep in. I run my fingers through my long curly brown hair and start to pull it into a makeshift bun. Maybe pulling my hair together will pull me together as well. I squeeze the handheld bun a couple of times while I force my mind to focus, allowing my back to rest against the cooling comfort of the white brick walls. Thinking about Thomas alone in the hospital while doctors look him over fills me with dread. I can just see him scared and alone, his big brown eyes wide with worry, just looking for a familiar face in the room. My face. I should be there, or have heard something at least. I'm his mother after all. Guilt starts to build up, and I find the wall needing to support more of me as I start murmuring apologies to Thomas as if he can hear me. God, I hope he isn't too scared. I'm so sorry, baby. I should be with you. You shouldn't be here. Everything's going to be fine. I promise. Oh, baby, I'm so sorry. A tear falls from my cheek, splattering silently against the tile floor. Please, God, he's only 10 years old. Let this all just be a bad dream for him. I squeeze my eyes shut again and feel more tears slide down my cheeks. The salt from them tingles in the cracks of my heart-shaped lips, which I have spent the last hour chewing before they drip from my chin one by one. I should be there holding your hand. I clutch at my heart as if that will stop this pain in my chest. Hey, Kelsey, I hear Cade's voice from beside me and open my eyes, but don't look up from my gaze on the floor. I don't want to hear it, Cade. I'm not in the mood. I hear him start to protest, but he is cut short by another voice. Excuse me, Mr. and Mrs. Dannington? It's Thornton. I correct the intruder. When I notice it's Thomas's doctor, my mother role overshadows any other conflict at the moment. My stance straightens to show he has my full attention. Doctor, do you have any news? There is a silent ceasefire agreed between Cade and me as we turn simultaneously to the one man who holds the answers. Looking at the doctor's bleak and tired face makes the little hope that I didn't know I had been holding on to for dear life vanish immediately. I listen intently, every muscle in my body tense as I find myself bracing for the doctor's preliminary assessment. He speaks slowly but elaborately. I look at Cade, his face grave, as he nods along with the young doctor's words. My brain turns into fog, with every word his thin mouth speaks, only increasing my frustration as I try to comprehend. So what exactly does that mean? What are you not telling us? I ask, trying to remain understanding and reasonable. My voice is laced with a tremor of trepidation, though, giving away my innermost fears. It means, the doctor sighs heavily, that after conducting the complete blood count, it showed your son has leukemic cells. He also shows a high amount of white blood cells as well. All of this and his abnormally low red blood cell count is a pretty sure sign that your son has leukemia. My hand instinctively goes to my mouth to stifle a gasp, and my knees buckle slightly. I feel Cade's strong hands support me. I'm sorry. What did you say? My voice comes out as a hoarse whisper. Thomas has leukemia. We aren't sure what stage yet. We need to do more testing. He continues, but I can't focus on what he's saying. My breath is taken out of me, and I look frantically at Cade. He sees it in my eyes, the same feeling he has right now. The bitterness is gone. Neither of us is thinking about our strained relationship anymore. Now we're just two parents who have received worse news than I was ever expecting. It can't be. No, it has to be something else. I turn back to the young man. I'm sorry, but we are certain based on the other symptoms as well, the doctor repeats solemnly. I don't understand how Cade is just standing still, stiff as a board. Did he not hear the doctor correctly? How can you be sure? I suddenly snap at our white-coated messenger. I mean, you're young. There may have been a mistake. He shakes his head at me. We will need to consult with you and go over the next steps to move forward. Both of you, he adds, shooting a glance at the statue of Cade. I look at Cade myself, searching for support. His blue eyes meet mine as he runs his hand through his hair. Our son, Cade. Thomas. My knees give out. I catch Cade's quick movement toward me and feel him catch me before my vision goes black.
Chapter 3. Cade. My body is rigid. Leukemia? The power of one word, leaving our son's life changed forever. The gravity of the word brings my racing thoughts to a ghastly halt, leaving me with only one very loud and scary one. But what kind of life? I run my hand through my neatly trimmed hair, now making it puffy as I try to fully comprehend what this means. Suddenly, Kelsey turns to me with sheer disbelief in her eyes. Our son, Cade, Thomas. I see her eyes roll back and her body begins to slump. I react instinctively with swift protectiveness to catch Kelsey before she hits the floor. I catch her by the elbow before wrapping my other arm around her thin waist to steady her swaying form. I've got you, I mutter as I scoop an arm around her, cradling her long, limp body. In spite of the situation, holding her thin frame against me brings a sudden rush of memories and instincts, letting her lean against me even once she regains consciousness. She reaches out and grabs my arm, not letting go. Her tight squeeze on me is loud and clear. She needs support. We both do. Are you okay, Mrs. Danny? Miss Thornton? The doctor asks as he helps me guide her to the bench. No, I'm not okay, she gasps once she's seated. You're telling me that my son has leukemia. How can I be okay? I place my hand on Kelsey's shoulder and she grabs it again. She bites her lips as she tries to hold her tongue. I know that trait all too well. Keeping my hands comfortingly on Kelsey, I look back up at the gray-eyed doctor who's waiting patiently. I can't imagine doing his job every day. Dr. Hansen, I have a question. My grandma had leukemia, as well as two of my aunts. I've seen it all too often. I'm sorry to hear that. Yes, but my question is it possible? My voice catches briefly at the thought. Is it possible that leukemia is hereditary? I feel Kelsey stiffen underneath my hand. She knows of my family's history, but if I'm the reason our son is sick, I don't think she'll ever forgive me. The doctor nods slowly as if taking in my question and dumbing down his answer for me to understand. First thing I will say is no. There's no certainty that Thomas is ill because of a family trait. Leukemia doesn't usually run in families, but people can inherit genetic features that can increase their risk of developing it. How can we know for sure? It's hard to say for sure, unless I were to look at the similarities of your sick family member's makeup and compare it to Thomas's. I stand back from Kelsey for a moment and run my hand absent-mindedly through my now puffy hair. So, he could have gotten it from me? I ask, more to myself than the doctor. There's no reason or need to put this on yourself, Mr. Dannington. Cancer is a cruel thing, and it doesn't stick to patterns. Please don't think about how you could have prevented this. Chances are that even with a healthy family background, Thomas could have still been diagnosed with leukemia. I listen with a furrowed brow as he dives into further explanation, but the pain and guilt are simmering at my surface. I look at Kelsey before quickly looking away, knowing she can read the feelings that are surfacing through my eyes. In short, there is a slight possibility it could have been caused by a hereditary link, but more than likely, it is acquired through no rhyme or reason. Hearing Dr. Hansen's rational explanation doesn't do a thing to make me feel less like this is my fault. Just moments ago, I was blaming Kelsey for all of this, and now it turns out that it's my fault. Mr. Dannington? I jerk my blue eyes back from the floor to the doctor's empathetic gaze. It won't do Thomas or yourself any good wondering whose fault this is. It's no one's. And right now, Thomas needs you both. That's why I'd like to discuss what the next steps are so we can proceed. But I can give you time if you both need. No, Kelsey and I both say simultaneously. The doctor nods. Would you like to come to my office to discuss this? Right here's fine, Kelsey says from the bench, her voice thick with a forced sense of control. I look at her, but she's keeping her eyes down. I have a pen and paper with me. Then when we are done, I can see Thomas? Yes. I see her brown eyes quickly shoot up at me, glistening with tears, but she just smiles weakly before pulling out her notepad. I know her control is just a mask, but it only makes me want to wrap my arms around her more. I want to sit beside Kelsey and be her support, but I don't trust myself right now. If I sit, I don't know if I'll be able to get back up, and I can't lose myself in the abyss. Not right now. Kelsey and Thomas need me. So, what's the next step? I ask, making my voice a little gruffer than I intend to hide my real mental state. I clench my jaw and force myself to focus on the doctor's words, instead of the looming dread of what I will see when I go into Thomas's hospital room. Well, let me give you a brief summary of why we came to this conclusion so you can better understand what lies before your family. My breath catches as I wait for Kelsey to remind him that we're divorced, but she says nothing, her sole focus and intense stare only on the doctor. I know she's waiting for what I am, a cure-all. My chest tightens at our misplaced hope. Are you sure you don't want to go somewhere more private? No, she said here's fine. Let's get this going. Please continue, I reply before Kelsey can. She gives me a small but grateful smile. Dr. Hansen continues. The multiple reasons your son came into urgent care caused a red flag with the staff. Not only the flu symptoms, but the other ones he described that were cause for more concern, like the tenderness where his spleen is, swollen lymph nodes, his fatigue, and so on. They did a brief blood test, and it didn't look good. That's why he was sent here, so we could take a more comprehensive look. As I stated earlier, we ran a complete blood count to look at his counts among other things. They were abnormal and consistent with that of patients with leukemia. But that doesn't mean... You're right, Miss Thornton. But we also did some smaller tests. Though we'll still need to look more thoroughly, we've seen enough consistent abnormalities. And though that can only insinuate things, he definitely has cancer, and it is lining up to be a form of leukemia. I promise I would love to tell you something else. I made as sure as we could be. That's why the next steps and tests are so important. Okay, so what will these next steps be? What's necessary now, and what will we learn from it? I ask, taking charge. I notice Kelsey's shoulders slump slightly with less tension. I want her to know she's not alone in this. We're a family in this situation for all purposes. The bone marrow biopsy will tell us essentially everything we will need to proceed. It's a painful procedure, but effective. We would remove a sample of bone marrow from Thomas's hip bone. That would be the painful part, though we'll do everything we can to manage his discomfort. Pain? Kelsey asks. Is it necessary? This biopsy shows us if his bone marrow is healthy and makes normal amounts of blood cells. It will tell us what type of cancer we're dealing with and what steps to take next that will best serve Thomas. I know you have a lot of questions, like what stage he's in, but these are things we can't really determine until further testing is done. Does that sound like something you would like us to proceed with? We don't need to speak to know we both are nodding in silent and solemn agreement. The only thought in my mind is, I'm sure, the same as Kelsey's. Whatever it takes. All right, I'll get the paperwork started and meet you in your son's room later. A nurse will come and take you to Thomas in a moment. Once Dr. Hansen turns to depart, I'm overwhelmed with a mix of frustration and helplessness. It starts to surge through me, manifesting itself into a clenched fist that collides with the unsuspecting hospital wall in a moment of despair. The muffled thud of my punch is a stark counterpoint to Kelsey's soft sobs, muffled in the nook holding the bench. It makes the raw emotion in the corridor palpable. I spin on my heel, pulled by the broken sounds of my son's mother, my ex. My usual composed demeanor shatters as I move to envelop Kelsey in my arms. I keep my embrace firm, my height bending over her frame as if encasing her in comfort. I want to be her anchor in this storm of grief. I'm here, I murmur to her as I feel her give in to her quiet sobs and bury her face in my shoulder. I rock slightly with her as she holds on to me, fingers digging into my shoulder as she uses my tie for a snot rag. I couldn't care less. I'm whatever she needs me to be. My fingers slowly thread through her hair, just like they used to. It doesn't seem so long ago anymore, as if the chasm of months of distance and disconnect no longer matters. I continue the familiar gesture, feeling her body relax and her sobs lessen. Though her cries may have quieted, I can still feel her tears dampening my shirt. I squeeze her even tighter as she responds by doing the same. I let myself relinquish a tear of my own in our shared anguish. The worst thing imaginable has been the only thing to unify us with our desperate hope for our son's health, closing the chasm between us for the first time in years.
Chapter 4. Kelsey. Thomas's eyes slowly open. I stand there frozen, my emotions ready to burst. He's waking up, I say, barely able to contain my excitement. Relief floods through me, accompanied by a hint of hope. Maybe this will mark a turning point in all our lives. Even if we're not together, perhaps someday, for Thomas's sake, his father and I can effectively co-parent. "Hey, boss," Cade says to Thomas as he steps closer to his side. "Dad?" Thomas looks a bit confused at hearing his dad's voice, although he recognizes the name Cade calls him whenever he's hurt or needs a father's reassurance. "I'm here." Cade clasps Thomas's hand and gives a small smile. It's the smile he gives when he is nervous, but doesn't want to show it. "What are you doing here?" Thomas asks Cade. "Making sure you're on time for dinner. Remember, being on time reflects your character." Cade stops mid-sentence and gestures for Thomas to finish his quote. "And?" Thomas takes the hint and ends the sentence in slow, measured tones. "And influences how others perceive you." "That's what I'm talking about," Cade says with pride. "How you feeling?" "Tired." "What? Don't knock out on me again." "You just woke up." "I know." As I stand by the bed watching them, I can't help but notice their tender interactions. It's as though, in this moment, the distance between father and son disappears, and they reconnect, even if just for a short time. It tugs at my heartstrings, a bittersweet reminder of what they once had. "How are we feeling today?" An unknown voice asks. We all turn to the direction of the voice to see a nurse entering the room. She pushes 2 pumps of hand sanitizer from the machine by the bathroom door, rubs her hands together, and puts on a pair of disposable gloves. "He just woke up," I say to the nurse. "Perfect timing then. I'm going to check his vitals in just a moment." The nurse steps to a transparent board affixed to the wall on the other side of Thomas's bed. She writes her name, Jackie, next to the label Attending Nurse. Scenes of an old cable television series flash through my memory as I watch her go through the routine of checking Thomas's temperature, pulse, breath, and blood pressure. When she finishes recording her findings on her iPad, she turns to Thomas. "We made a menu just for you. The meals you can choose from will help give you a little more energy and keep you from feeling yucky. Would you like to look at it?" "Yes, please," Thomas replies, She looks at Cade and then at me. Do Mom and Dad want to see a dinner menu that works with Thomas's dietary needs? Just in case he wants to eat off your plate. I know my son likes to sneak things off my plate all the time. That would be nice. Thank you, Cade says. I feel the urge to answer for myself, but before I can, Jackie nods her head to acknowledge Cade's answer and walks out of the room. Dinner time arrives. We receive our meal trays. Cade and Thomas both have veal, pork meatballs, and mushroom risotto. I have steamed salmon with wet polenta and pesto. Cade reaches for Thomas's bed control buttons. Let me help you lift a little more, so you can be comfortable while you eat. Thanks, Dad. Cade presses the button, and the bed lifts with a buzzing sound. No problem, boss? Better? Yeah. I pay extra attention to Cade during dinner. He seems to have effortlessly embraced the role of caregiver, ensuring that Thomas is well fed and taken care of. It's been a while since I've witnessed that side of him. He's cosplaying the doting father. Based on the attentiveness he shows for his casework and his firm, I can see how I believed our son would have him wrapped around his finger. I remember Cade saying, "This kid is going to run the show around here." The day the doctors cleared us to bring Thomas home from the maternity ward after spending time in the NICU. It's part of the reason Cade still calls Thomas bosses to this day. Watching him now with Thomas makes me start to linger on the fonder memories we used to share. The warmth Cade used to bring to my chest. My phone rings. I dig through my purse to pull it out and see who's calling. It's my school's vice principal. My gaze shifts to Cade and Thomas. Guys, I apologize. I have to take this. I'll be right back, okay? Okay, Mom, Thomas says. Cade grins and nods his acknowledgement. Hello? The vice principal wastes no time with greetings. Kelsey, any updates? Not yet. Well, I won't hold you. Please keep me posted. I will. Thank you, bye. When I return to the room, Thomas is trying to convince Cade he's done with his meal. I'm full, Dad. Thomas tries to push his tray away in protest. I just want to make sure you're not trying to fool us, because once they take the tray away, telling us how hungry you are might not get you the results you want. Dad, I only do that when I'm trying to save room for dessert and you're taking too long. Cade laughs at our son's honesty. It's easy for me to see the stark difference between the speed and manner of Cade's response to this current health scare and that of Thomas's premature birth. That's the time he was elbow deep in an important case at work. My phone buzzes with a text message. Kelsey, don't forget to give me an update. You are in our thoughts. I glance at my plate and see extra portions of mushroom risotto. I sneak a glance at Cade, wondering if he thought I wouldn't notice. Despite Thomas's condition, our small family unit coming together for his sake fills my heart with a mix of emotions. It reminds me of the normalcy we once had, but also highlights our losses. Yet right now, my sole concern is my son's joy. That softens my defenses and allows Cade's attentiveness to pass unchallenged. Jackie returns to the room. Hi, Thomas. Did you enjoy your dinner? Yes, ma'am. Good. Okay, Mom and Dad. The anesthesiologist will be in momentarily to prep Thomas for the bone marrow procedure. Then the doctor will come in to collect the samples. Thank you, I reply. Later that night, the anesthesiologist and doctor arrive. My earlier composure shatters while watching. I am overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation, but find Cade's presence grounding. His single-mindedness is the anchor I cling to for comfort and stability. Over the next few days, Cade and I pass the baton in silence, changing shifts without ever overlapping. Our discomfort with each other remains unspoken. I take the overnight shifts, surprised Cade isn't debating whose work is more important. Plus, Thomas is more accustomed to me being there for him in the evenings. Hi, Miss Thornton. Jackie's familiar voice greets me from behind as I enter Thomas's recovery room. You just missed Mr. Dannington. I turn around and smile. Hi, Jackie. Thank you. That's the point. Watching over Thomas as he sleeps, I reflect on the cold emptiness of my bed at home, my commitment to being the unwavering constant in Thomas's life, growing stronger with each passing day. From my perspective, there is no debate. Cade may not be, but I am ready to give up everything for my son. We continue like this for a week, when Thomas's doctor arrives just before shift change to share the results of the biopsy. It is acute lymphocytic leukemia, as we suspected. The good news is that you brought Thomas in, and he can now receive proper treatment. We have one of the best pediatric oncology centers in the state. I'm going to set up the first visit with Thomas to get started. Thank you, doctor. I struggle to utter the words, as hearing the news is like a punch to the gut, leaving me reeling. I look at Thomas, still sleeping with tears in my eyes. At that moment, all doubts vanish. Swallowing the tears back, I take my phone from my purse and send a text message to my vice president. I will need to take a leave of absence. Within seconds, the text response comes back. For how long? I take a deep breath and text my reply. Indefinitely. Cade, arriving for his shift, approaches me in the dim light of the hospital corridor. I stand there with an unyielding stance, bracing myself for confrontation. Unable to hold back any longer, my voice comes out sharp, laced with both accusation and desperation. You need to realign your priorities, Cade. What? For Pete's sake, Kelsey. I just got here. What is the problem now? That's the problem. You should have been here. The doctor came in and confirmed that Thomas has acute lymphocytic leukemia and is going to need immediate treatment. And you weren't there. You are never there for him. You have got to make some changes. For your son. I will not stand out here in the hallway and argue with you, Kelsey. Cade makes his way to the hospital floor's waiting area. I pursue him, ready to begin a fresh onslaught. Once inside, he spins around in my direction. The frustration and pain on his face are clear. Like two animals fighting over territorial rights, our silhouettes display the raw intensity of our conflict. There is a palpable tension in the air, as if the outcome of this moment will determine the course of everything that follows. Our words and emotions set to collide in a battle of love, fear, and the desperate need to do whatever it takes for our son.
Chapter 5. Cade. When I get home from the hospital, I walk in the door and begin my evening routine. I drop the keys in the basket on the console table of the entryway. Then I hang my coat in the coat closet. There's a seat next to the table where I sit and remove my shoes. After placing them on the bamboo shoe rack, I walk to my bedroom, deposit my clothes in the bamboo basket next to the shower, turn on the hot water, and step in. Once I'm done with my shower, I put on a comfortable t-shirt and boxers and head into the kitchen. I decide to cook myself the chicken bowl meal kit. That should go well with a glass of white wine, I say. It's the weekend. Live a little. An ill attempt at humoring myself after the day. You weren't there for him. You're never there for him. I can't get Kelsey's voice out of my head, so I turn on some jazz music to drown out my thoughts while I eat. Afterward, I clean my dishes, head to the den, pick up the guitar I had gotten a couple of years ago for Thomas, and start plucking out a tune I've been practicing to help me wind down. I'm not one for hobbies, but practicing on his guitar makes me feel closer to him. Maybe I can even learn something well enough to teach Thomas when he's here. When Kelsey and I started Thomas's bedside vigil, she agreed to take the weekend so I could go into the office to stay on top of the firm's operations, but I find myself wanting to strum the strings as a desperate way to be with him. But I have difficulty focusing on the tune. So I go into the walk-in closet, choose my suit for work, and hang it on the valet stand. Then I brush my teeth, do 10 minutes of deep breathing exercises, and head to bed. As night falls, I sit on the edge of my mattress enveloped by darkness. The echoes of Kelsey's words once again break the silence, reverberating through my mind like a relentless drumbeat. Make some changes, make some changes, make some changes. During the night, her words continue to echo, infiltrating my psyche. I can't sleep from being judged in my dreams. Tossing and turning, I find myself tangled in the sheets, my inner turmoil mirrored by the disarray of my bed. Neither deep breathing nor meditation helps. Memories of our past haunt my mind. I realize my unwavering determination to succeed in my career eclipsed our love. That's when Kelsey gave up on any attempts to get my attention. Even now, I keep pushing myself because I can't let go of the guilt of letting her down. I untangle myself, stand up, remake the bed, lie back down, and look up in the darkness. Maybe one day she'll understand they were the reason, I mutter out loud. My ambition is still driving a wedge between us. The pain of the resulting distance aches even more when I recall how our son, Thomas, was born prematurely while I was busy with work. A fall down the school stairs put Kelsey and our unborn son's lives in jeopardy. In my efforts to get ahead professionally, I was not there for them. I'm not there for them. Make some changes! Make some changes! The following morning, as with every morning, I start my routine by getting out of bed, going to the kitchen, and pouring myself a full glass of water. Then I head to my home office, sit at my desk, and reach into the cabinet for my journal. The first clean page prompts me to check in with my purpose and core values. My mind is blank, so I go to the bottom of the page where the journal prompts me to note 3 things I'm thankful for. I get a pen and start writing. I am grateful for the success I have achieved with my firm. The lifestyle that my work enables me to have is something I value. I'm grateful for Tom. With a sudden burst of anger, I stop writing and rip the page out of the journal, the sound of tearing paper echoing in the room. Why would you put your son last? I ask myself. Feeling frustrated, I head down the hall to the bedroom-turned-home gym. I incorporate physical activity into my morning routine because my mood always improves whenever I exercise. After a shower and breakfast, I can go to the office with positive vibes and get ready to take on any problems. That's the problem. You need to realign your priorities, Cade. Standing before the bathroom mirror, I wash my face, apply some oil, and clean up any stubble with a manual razor. I stare at my reflection. Any other day, I'm looking to make sure I have a clean shave. When a man is well-groomed, he appears more confident. But today, all I see is the reflection of a man who has chosen work over love. A man with no life and few friends outside of business, whose son seldom sees him. A man whose wife doesn't want him. Ex-wife, I remind myself. Just like my parents. Moments of my journey flash through my mind. Nights where the nanny tucked me into bed. Hurried mornings where my mom shuffled me off to school, only for me to return to the nanny. Days when I didn't see my father because he was off working before sunrise and coming home well after nightfall. I sigh and recognize the lasting impact of my absentee parents' influence on my lack of affection and presence, remembering when Kelsey called me an absentee parent. I was more comfortable with my nanny. You could have lost them both, you jackass, I say to the familiar stranger in the mirror. As dawn breaks, I stand at the foot of my bed, motionless. It's like the walls are closing in on me with this decision. I've got my work outfit all set, but it doesn't feel right anymore. It's no longer as important to me. Nothing is more important than Thomas, I say. And with a sudden surge of resolve, I take my phone off the charger and abandon the rest of my routine. Morning, New York State Education Department, Office of the Professions. You've reached Terrence Dunlop's office. This is Stella speaking. How may I help you? Hi, Stella. It's Cade. Is he there? I know it's the weekend, but I thought I'd try here first before calling his cell. Hi, Cade. He's just coming out of a meeting. We do half days on the weekend. How are you today? As well as I can be right now, Stella. Thank you for asking. Oh, he's coming out of the conference room now. I'll flag him down for you. Can you hold? Sure. After several minutes of being on hold and listening to contemporary jazz music, I hear the phone pick up. Cade. Hi, my friend. What's going on? Hey, Terry. I have a huge favor to ask. What's up? I need to find an interior designer and a landscape architect, but I need them to be available immediately and I need them to work fast. Okay, so why are you calling me? Because you've got the master list, man. You'll know who'll work up to my standards. And they are high standards. Weren't you the guy that said in business you can get good service, cheap service, or fast service, but you can only ever get 2 out of 3? Something like that. Yeah, but I'm not asking for cheap. Oh, okay. I'm your man then. Thanks, Terry. I appreciate it. I'll explain it all later. No explanations necessary, man. I'm sure it's for a good reason. I'll have Stella send the list over to you by close of business. Moments later, I'm in the kitchen, moving with purpose. I prepare a nourishing breakfast kit of sweet potato hash to share, oatmeal, and berries parfait. Comfort food. I figure it can be my silent penance for my past neglect. I'm going to bring breakfast to the hospital for Kelsey and Thomas. I arrive early, then tiptoe into the hospital room, trying not to disturb anyone. Kelsey looks at me with surprise. I'm certain she wasn't expecting me to show up in casual clothing on a day when I would normally be in the office. Guess what? I ask. Do I dare? She responds. After a few seconds, she gives in. What? I'm taking a 3-month-long vacation to give all my attention to our son. Kelsey, surprised, takes a moment to process my announcement. This news is explosive. It will cause a seismic shift in the dynamics of our strained co-parenting. She looks into my eyes, searching for the answer to her unspoken question. We'll start with a home-cooked breakfast. I have sweet potato hash for us to share. Hot oatmeal for Thomas with yogurt and berries, parfait topped with almond slivers. I hand Kelsey my bag of goodies. As she unpacks breakfast, her shock fades away, replaced by cautious relief. She can see the genuine commitment in my eyes, a commitment I know she hasn't seen in years. This looks lovely, she says. It's very well plated. If you're going to do it right. Kelsey stops in her tracks, turns towards me and crinkles one eyebrow. You did not just say that. If you're going to stay here, I forbid you to act like Mr. Rogers. I'll try, I say with a smile. At that moment, Thomas awakens. He looks up at me with surprise. Hey, Dad. Hey, boss, I brought you some breakfast. Are you going to stay and eat with us? You bet, I say and tussle his hair. As we sit for breakfast around Thomas's hospital bed, I make sure that both my son and Kelsey have everything they need. We fall into a rhythm of domesticity. It's like we get a peek at the perfect family in that hospital room, a reminder of what we used to be and possibly could be again.
Chapter 6. Kelsey. 3 days after Cade's announcement that he's taking a sabbatical, I'm standing by the window of the hospital room, staring outside, lost in reflection. The hazy cityscape mirrors the surreal closeness I feel within my small family unit. You about ready to go home, boss? Nurse Jackie says if everything checks out, you can get out of here today. Be free, play in the yard. Yeah, I'm ready, Thomas says. But the medicine makes me tired, Dad. I might not play too much. Don't you worry. I got all that covered. I can't help but watch Cade as he interacts with our son. His obvious devotion stirs complex emotions within me. For my sanity, though, I try to give them their space, but the tail end of the conversation makes its way to my conscious mind. I give Cade a sharp look. What do you have covered? Cade sighs. The house renovations, remember? To make sure you're both comfortable while you're there. It's just 3 months, Cade. Tell me you didn't go crazy with this? He throws his hands up in protest. I didn't go crazy. I just made sure you have what you need. Cade, there's no need. Okay. Hi, Thomas. Hi, Mom and Dad. Nurse Jackie's upbeat voice interrupts our discussion. "Hi, Jackie," I say with a smile. Her presence brings comfort and cheer whenever she enters the room. I always look forward to her shifts. "Cade, the nurse on duty should have handed these to you a couple days ago when you and Kelsey met with the discharge planner." She writes her name on the board and turns back toward us. "But I want to make sure both of you have this before we discharge Thomas," Jackie says, handing me some literature and stepping back. "What's this again?" I ask. "These are your Be Prepared to Go Home checklist and booklet. You've said you would handle Thomas's home care, so I need you to read through it once again before Dr. Hansen returns." "Okay, will do," Cade says. Jackie continues. "After we've reviewed his medication list and follow-up appointments, you can sign and date the bottom of the checklist. But other than that, you're ready to go." With skill and care, she takes out Thomas's IV tube, gives us a warm smile, and exits the room. But I now feel inexplicably awkward packing up Thomas's overnight bag. As I walk over to get his unopened toiletries, I collide with Cade. "Oh, sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I didn't see you already had the bag," I say to Cade, trying to laugh it off. In my haste to put some space between us, I grab Thomas's clothes and toss the travel toiletries in the bag like they're hot to the touch. Then I turn to Thomas. "Let me help you get ready, honey." "I'm not a baby, Mom. I'll get ready in the bathroom." He takes the clothes from my hands and walks away. "Well, call me if you need me." Cade chimes in. "If he needs anything, I can help. I mean, I am a guy. I have a fairly good idea of how to help him get ready." "Oh, okay then," I say. At that moment, Dr. Hansen walks in. "Hi there, Cade and Kelsey." The doctor looks around the room and then at each of us. "Thomas?" "He's in the bathroom getting ready," I say. "Oh, okay. Well, I've given the green light to begin Thomas's discharge paperwork." "Great," Cade says. Dr. Hansen refers to his iPad. "I see we've scheduled follow-up appointments once a week with oncology to monitor how he accepts the oral medication. And there's a check-in scheduled with you in about 2.5 weeks to see how home care is going for all of you." "Thank you, doctor," I say, and reach to shake his hand. He shakes my hand, then offers a handshake to Cade. "Yes, doctor. Really. Thank you," Cade echoes. "I'll admit I'll be glad to be home, but it will probably feel weird being out of the hospital," I say to the doctor. "If there's anything you need regarding Thomas's transition, remember we have a home healthcare specialist who can help you with questions." I smile at the doctor's reassuring words. "Okay, thanks again." While I'm glad that Thomas is being released, I'm concerned about not taking him to the place where he feels most at ease. We're not going to my home. Instead, we are going to Cade's renovated 3-bedroom house. Our family can coexist in peace within the hospital's protective walls. Here, the nursing staff and Dr. Hansen bring us encouragement and comfort. I wonder how being outside the hospital in Cade's space will affect our new dynamic. I choose not to go to his house often. Cade has always been a neat freak, but his tastes have become even more sterile since our divorce. It's like his place is a fancy furniture store, not a cozy home. After going to my apartment to pack, we leave my car in the parking garage. As we approach Cade's spacious ranch-style house, I scan for signs of the recent renovation. Nothing stands out to me. I can picture him becoming engrossed in the remodel over the next few months, especially now that he's no longer going into the office. It will provide him a convincing excuse for his absence, but the only thing I notice right away is the small ramp from the walkway to the front stoop. "It doesn't look like you got much done, Cade. No time? Was there nobody available? The only thing I see is a ramp. I thought you didn't use that entrance." "It's there in case we're out front with a wheelchair." I don't understand. "What wheelchair?" I ask. Cade pushes a button and the door to his 3-car garage lifts. He pulls into the middle space and points to the far left corner. That wheelchair. I roll my eyes and twist toward the back of the car. Thomas, honey, how are you feeling? I'm okay, I guess. You think you can walk, boss? Cade asks him. I'll try. In one swift motion, Cade exits the car and opens Thomas's door. He helps him up and steadies him as they walk toward the entryway. That's when I see another ramp. I follow them into the house, my eyes widening at the transformed space. No carpet. That's the first thing I notice. Then we pass through the kitchen and the living room. Here's your new bedroom. Cade opens the door to his home gym. He's transformed it into a young boy's dream. The walls that were a pastel green are now painted in vibrant blue and green. The low carpet has a coordinating zigzag pattern. There is a low bed with storage drawers. There are blankets in the drawers if you get cold. A nightstand with a small lantern is on one side of the bed. On the other side is a bookshelf and a tall floor lamp. A large beanbag sits in front of them. Just opposite the bed is a low swing. A cushy storage bench sits underneath the window with a small writing desk to its right. Framed abstract pictures adorn the walls. What's this artwork? I asked Cade. Some drawings Thomas did on his last visit. I'm impressed that he even thought to hold on to them. Let me show you the rest of the house, Cade says with a look of pride. Can I hang out in my new room, Dad? Sure. I follow Cade through the hallways, my heart silently noting each change made with Thomas's needs in mind. Places where thick carpeting once lay now feature the original hardwood flooring. The game room next to Thomas's room has more board games and table games so he can sit to play. He's removed the tub from the bathroom that connects Thomas's new room and the game room. It now has a roll-in shower with a handheld shower head and a retractable shower seat. He also removed the cabinet doors to make space for a wheelchair if needed. All this thoughtfulness and care almost brings a tear to my eye. Knowing Thomas has everything he needs is one thing. Having his father do this all on his own is another. The attentiveness tugs at my heart as much as I try to resist. We step outside onto the rear porch that is now screened in. An accessible ramp replaces the steps. There's a brand new playset equipped with low swings, slides, and spring riders. His new backyard playground evokes a reluctant smile from me. I put patio swing benches and covered patio tables for shade. I want Thomas to be happy in this house. I'd like you both to know you'll have what you need to be comfortable here. Thank you, Cade. Cade accepts my thanks with a nod. The tour leads to my room, and I pause at the threshold, my curiosity piqued by the decor that mirrors my own preferences. I turn the den into a study and music room combo. You can work on your coursework for your master's degree, and there's a keyboard whenever you need to de-stress. Wow, you got all this done in 3 days? Just barely. Thoughts of Cade's intentions flicker, but I quickly shake them off. Reminding myself of the emotional distance between us and the possibility of other women in his life, my pride bristles at the mere idea. That evening in the kitchen, Cade's hands move confidently as he prepares dinner. His refusal of my help acts as a gentle directive, urging me to focus solely on taking care of our son and leave the rest to him. I watch from the doorway of my new study as Thomas's laughter floats in from the living room, the domestic scene tugging at me with a mixture of comfort and uncertainty. And as the evening unfolds, I slowly let my guard down. The ease with which Cade assumes his role as caretaker chips away at the fortress around my heart. The glow of familial unity softens my guardedness, and I see glimpses of the man I had once loved. I can't deny the warmth that fills the space between us as we come together for the sake of our son.
Chapter 7. Cade. He needs social interaction. Keeping him here will only soften him. He needs to push hard to get through this. He needs to know what it takes to fight this disease. My words echo through the room. As I speak, my confidence grows bolder with each word. I know my son, and I can't even imagine what he's going through right now. But coddling him will only make it worse, make him more dependent on us. And what if he collapses in class? What then? His teachers won't know what to do with him, how to treat him. And what of his medication? How can we be sure he'll be safe and cared for there? Kelsey's voice cracks slightly as she speaks. I can tell how the thought of Thomas collapsing in class makes her feel. Her maternal instincts have always been strong, and I'm sure she would only feel helpless knowing he was suffering without her around. Still, there will come a time when we have to wait on him hand and foot. If we start now, it will only serve to make the healing process take longer. He needs his strength, and keeping him in bed and pampered will only rob him of it. I understand your concerns. I lower my arms so they dangle at my sides. I'm not saying I'm not worried about these things, but while he still has his strength, he should be in school. The more independent he is now, the easier it will be for him to heal when things get bad. And how long will that be? A few weeks? Maybe a couple of months? Is that really going to make a difference? Kelsey asks. She steps closer, accentuating her point with a firmer posture. Even if it were only a few days, I would still recommend it. He needs all the help he can get, but not from us, from the inside. His body will start failing him soon enough, but he has to resist for as long as possible. I reach out to grab her shoulder, but she recoils. Her movement catches me off guard. Look, I appreciate you putting us up and helping out so much. But I'm his mother. I know him better than he knows himself. I've been the one who's there for him, not you, she retorts. She catches my disapproving look and amends her statement. I mean, no offense. I'm not saying you're an absent father or anything. Just that I've spent more time with him. I know what's best for him. She wraps her arms around herself and turns away slightly. I push on her shoulder so we're face to face. You may spend more time with him, but I'm still his father. I'm not saying this for my benefit. It's for him. I know what I'm talking about. When I was younger, I learned the importance of pushing through, and it made me stronger. Thomas isn't you. Sometimes I wonder if you really know that. Kelsey looks me in the eyes. I can tell she's conflicted. Well, maybe he should be a bit more like me. Am I so bad? I ask. Kelsey looks like she's about to speak, but holds back. That's not what I meant. I mean that he's not as tough as you. I know your dad was even harder on you, but that doesn't mean we should repeat the same mistakes. Mistakes? You think my upbringing was full of mistakes? My voice rises slightly. You were raised a specific way, and I was raised differently, that's all. Your way is a bit too abrasive for our son. He needs nurturing, not a cold shoulder. Is that what you think this is? I'm not being cold toward him. I'm suggesting that he learn how to handle himself even when he's not feeling okay. How is that a bad thing? My voice echoes through the room even more. As much as I care for Kelsey, her way of thinking has always been a bit too laid back for my taste. It's bad if it makes him feel worse, she snaps. This isn't just some cold. It's leukemia. It's not like he can just walk it off. Her voice rises. I've struck a nerve. Can I say something? Thomas's voice pokes itself into the room. My head snaps to where he's standing in the doorway. How long have you been there? I ask. Long enough to know you're talking about sending me to school, he replies. How did I not notice him there? His eyes are glistening. It looks like tears are about to start streaming. Why are you guys fighting all the time? And why is it always about me? A single tear streams down his cheek. Sweetie, no one is forcing you to go to school. You need to be focused on what's coming ahead. Kelsey walks over and wraps her hands around his shoulders. I notice her brush a tear away from her eyes. I know that seeing him like this breaks her heart. I manage to maintain composure, but it affects me too. But I want to go to school, Thomas replies. I want to see my friends and my teachers. I don't want to lose my regular life. Not yet, at least, he continues. His words ring in my ears. Of course, dropping out of school means it's official. He really is sick, and who knows how it will all play out. Going to school and maintaining some sense of normalcy can help mitigate the transition. Are you sure that's what you want? I ask. Yes, Dad, he replies. I walk over and wrap my arms around both of them. For a brief moment, it almost feels like we're a family again. We stay hugging for a minute, basking in the warm silence. The next day, we're standing in front of the school gates, Kelsey on one side and me on the other. I can't remember the last time we both dropped Thomas off for school, or even if there was ever a time it happened. Just before he's about to rush off, Kelsey kneels down and looks into his eyes. Thomas, I want you to know that if anything happens, tell them to call me. If you're ever feeling dizzy or weak or anything, even if it doesn't seem like a big deal, I'll come and get you. I'll be okay, Mom, Thomas replies, smirking. Your father packed a pretty big lunch. Don't feel like you have to finish it all. I think he just wants you to keep your strength up. She shoots me a look, followed by Thomas. Thanks, Dad, he says. Of course, I reply. Even though it's such a casual thanks, it still makes me beam. Knowing that he appreciates my gesture, no matter how small, warms my heart. Kelsey kisses him on the cheek and he runs off towards school. Watching him join the rest of the kids, it's hard to believe that there's an illness taking over his body. To anyone else, he looks so normal. Kelsey walks back over to me. I see her wipe another tear from her face. I choose not to say anything. I don't want her to hear. I told you so. During the car ride back to the house, silence permeates the air. I wonder what she's thinking about. But I don't ask. I have my own thoughts consuming me, including thoughts about how different this all is. I'm not used to taking care of others, and yet it feels so natural somehow. I think about cooking meals and making Thomas's lunch, waking up early to get it all ready and making sure it's packed just right in his lunch bag. I think about how long this will keep up, how long until Thomas is too weak to go to school, and what we'll do then. I imagine Kelsey and I reading lectures to Thomas while he lays in bed. I imagine us giving him homework and quizzes to test his knowledge. I imagine him bald from chemotherapy. I imagine him losing weight and looking sick and gangly. The thoughts make my stomach turn. I glance at Kelsey, who just stares out the window. Finally, I break the silence. What are you thinking about? I ask, unsure of what else to say. Everything, she replies. She turns to face me, putting on a fake smile. Even though she hasn't been doing her hair or makeup since this all started, she looks beautiful. I smile back, but mine is genuine. Something about us being together again, even if we're not together, feels good. It's all for Thomas, after all. Everything I do is for him, whether he realizes it or not. I reach over and grab her hand, squeezing it a few times. We'll get through this, whatever it takes. I hear her take a deep breath. Whatever it takes, she replies softly. I also wanted to take this opportunity to tell you that you just have to focus on Thomas. I know you and he are closer, so I want you to be able to nurture that. I'm making up the words as I say them, but they're still genuine. What does that mean exactly? She asks. I'll take care of everything else. Cooking, cleaning, whatever. You don't have to worry about keeping the house tidy or anything. You just worry about making sure our son is good. You won't be spending time with him? She asks, confused. No, I don't mean that. Just that I'll focus on the chores. He and I will have plenty of time together. But it's different. I realize I'm not even sure what I mean. And if you want to go back to work to keep a closer eye on him, I'm not going to dissuade you. Okay, she replies. She turns her head back toward the window, but she doesn't let go of me. I feel my body tingle with a forgotten warmth that used to feel so normal. We continue holding hands for the remainder of the ride and say nothing. Her gentle touch feels good. Come to think of it, I've missed it.
Chapter 8. Kelsey. So you had a good day at school today? Yes, Mom. No incidents or anything. I felt okay most of the day. Just remember to not overexert myself. I know, Mom, Thomas replies in a rehearsed voice, mimicking my own warning back to him. I smile at his irritation. I just want you safe. He's good, Kelsey. You asked the boy the same questions for the last 2 weeks. He knows the repercussions. Before I argue with Cade, I see him shoot a wink at Thomas, and my bristling annoyance subsides as I see Thomas smile back before heading to put his backpack up. Don't forget to let him be a kid, Cade whispers, passing me to walk into the kitchen. I'm not, I snap back defensively. He raises his eyebrows, giving me a skeptical, blue-eyed look before he starts prepping dinner. I hold my tongue and pull out my own work to set on the table. You're with him every day for work. You'd know if something was wrong. Plus, he's a smart kid. He's not going to do something on purpose that will backtrack him. Or, Cade turns over his shoulder to address me. Do something to make you upset. I let out a heavy sigh. The topic of Thomas and school has gotten easier between Cade and me in the last 2 weeks. Things aren't as tense, and we have both learned to communicate with each other a lot more. At least when it concerns Thomas. Scooting the kitchen chair back, I grab a red pen and begin looking over students' homework. I glance at the clock, trying to determine how much time I'll need for my own grad school homework tonight. Sizzles and smells start to overtake my senses, making me glance back over to the busy sandy brown-haired man cooking dinner. My eyes scan over his sculpted body, showing through his casual t-shirt and loose-fitting jeans. I try and think about the last time I saw my ex-husband dressed so casually. As I watch him expertly work his magic in the kitchen, I relax into our now normal routine and begin to work. Cade interrupts my thoughts. So, are you ready for tomorrow? It almost slipped my mind. Parents' Day? Heck yes. Are you? Oh yeah, I'm ready to kick some butt. What time do we need to be there? Well, it starts at about 10. Perfect. I'll be there with bells on. He chuckles, moving pans off of the burners. I laugh with him, but my chest suddenly tightens with anxiety. Every time things start to feel like I always wish they would, I catch myself fearing when it all collapses. Then I close myself up again. I've been trying to do better since we moved in, and thankfully it's gotten easier. But that's the problem. I can't have myself slipping into some make-believe about us becoming one happy family. This is temporary and only working because we are doing it for Thomas, not each other. Still, my mind plays over the last 2 weeks of living with Cade. The tension that had been there and arguments about Thomas going to school have subsided. Thomas has shown that he's been able to handle school. But my worry still lingers no matter what I tell myself. Even the stressed awkwardness between Cade and I has slowly dissipated. It helps to see Thomas happy, even on his harder days, knowing that having both of his parents around coexisting has been a big part of it. And Cade not working hasn't hurt anything. It's been a slow process, but it's all come together in such a way that we're even doing Parents' Day together, as a family. Dinner's ready, Cade calls as he carries over plates and hot pads. What can I do? Just sit, I've got it. Thank God I'm hungry, Thomas declares as he slides into his chair. That's a good thing. Eat as much as you want, boss. There's plenty. I watch Cade dish Thomas a plate and my heart swells. I feel my throat tighten with emotion. I clear it, pushing back the happy tears that almost leak out onto my graded papers. Dad, Thomas calls. I turn and see Cade sauntering over, a grin on his face. I can't help but laugh. I see we are all going to be matching, I point out, flicking Cade's collar on his button-up. He smooths it back out, unable to let untidiness be a part of his attire. It was Thomas's idea. He told me you were wearing your powder blue blouse and he had a shirt that matched. I knew I had at least one shirt of a similar color. His angled cheekbones seemed to redden. I raised my eyebrow. "Oh? So you didn't just go out and buy this?" "Guess you'll never know." He shrugs, then ruffles Thomas's overgrown hair. "You ready, boss?" "Oh, yeah." For a moment, I watched the two walk toward the football field together, where all of the activities are set up, matching and laughing, blending in with all of the other families laughing and chattering away excitedly. Though I know our unified family is just a temporary facade, I still feel a smile creep over my face as I catch up. "Come on, Kelsey. Glide, glide." I hear Cade cheering from the sidelines as I near the finish line for the egg and spoon race, my competitive streak surfacing the closer I get. I see another mom closing in on me and a determined-looking father on my other flank. Not today. I elongate my already long stride and do as Kara says. I glide to the finish line, egg intact. "You did it, Mom!" Thomas shouts gleefully as he comes to give me a high five. "Nice job, Kay," Cade says, his blue eyes alight with joy as he uses my old nickname. "Thanks," I reply, realizing how long it's been since I heard that name. "I see you haven't lost your competitive streak," Cade teases, winking at me. I shove him playfully. "I'm not that bad. If you want to see me get competitive, put me up against some of my students." A person comes by, hands me a blue ribbon, and takes my spoon and egg as another announces the next game. Three-legged race will begin in 5 at the 100-meter dash starting line. "You guys are doing that, right?" Thomas asks eagerly, his brown eyes enlarged with eagerness. "Obviously." Cade laughs before turning to me. "Right." I look over at the parents grabbing a potato sack and getting ready. "Just don't hold me back. I might be a little competitive." Cade and Thomas's smiles fill my heart, and at that moment, they look like twins. Sure, Thomas has my dark complexion, hair, and eyes, but everything else about him screams Cade. "Parents, are you ready?" We all nod as the man counts us down. I know working together isn't our strong suit, but we gotta win this for Thomas. I think he still believes we can never lose. I nod in agreement, sneaking a glance over to my lanky 10-year-old. The day has been long for him, but his eyes are still glowing and he's happier than I've seen him in a while. Determination sets in. "We will." The gun sounds and we're off on close. Our steps are awkward at first, like many of the other parents, but with both of our gaits being long, we quickly sync up and find our rhythm. The further we get ahead, the more hysterically we start laughing, causing us to gasp for air, which then only makes us laugh harder. I'm in tears when we cross the finish line. At lunchtime, I grab us 3 sandwiches and juice boxes before heading over to the spot Thomas picked out for us to eat. "I snagged us some apple slices, too," Cade says, tossing a Ziploc bag onto the blanket as I hand out our goodies. We eat in a comfortable silence, all of us starving from the morning's activities. Looking around at the other families slowing down to eat, I sink into the sense of belonging I'm overcome with. Having my son, an estranged ex, share a meal with me wouldn't have seemed possible 6 months ago. Not only are we doing it, it's kind of pleasant. "I can't believe you guys didn't fall." I hear Thomas giggle as he bites into his apple. "Your mom is one heck of a competitor. Even if I went down, she wasn't gonna stop." I listen to them talk about the games while I smile and nod along, only half listening. My mind is lost in nostalgia. The ease of the day, along with the continuous laughter, reminds me of the early days of our love, from being best friends in school to lovers in college. To this day, I don't really know how we ultimately became strangers in adulthood, but the less pleasant memories hold off, seeming more distant than the older, fonder ones where Cade and I loved each other, and that was all that mattered. "Can I go say hi to Zach and Cody?" Thomas asks. "Yeah, go for it," I reply, still in a daze from this dreamlike state I'm in right now. My eyes flicker quickly to Cade as Thomas slowly gets up, catching his usual intense blue eyes. But the intensity isn't there anymore. They seem soft and almost. I force myself to look away as heat begins to prickle throughout my entire body. Watching Thomas doesn't help distract me. I catch him looking back at us with a smile, laughing with his friends and enjoying being a kid. Without cancer, my mind finishes the heart-wrenching thought. "Thank you for inviting me today," Cade says, allowing me to break my forced focus on Thomas. "Absolutely," I smile, and he returns it. I suddenly realize how close our hands are as we lean back, watching the families and kids play. I break our long, smiling gaze and look back at our son, dawning on me that it's his elation and joy that seems to be the healing salve to our past wounds. As I watch him mingle with his classmates, I allow myself to believe, if only briefly, that this could be our reality once again. Do I even want that? I snap at myself. I mean, our relationship wasn't perfect, but we're in love. I jerk my eyes away from Cade's enticing body. I can't get lost in what could have been, but still.
Chapter 9. Cade. Cade! I jolt awake to the panicked, shrill cry of my name. Kelsey's voice is laced with a terror that slices through the early morning haze of sleep. I rip the bedding off of me, not caring I'm only in my boxers, running straight to Thomas's bedroom. Right before I go bursting into his room, Kelsey's frantic body collides into my bare chest. She's so distraught that she almost seems as if she doesn't know she ran into anything. Cade, he's burning up! What do we do? Before I can answer, she spins abruptly around and back into Thomas's bedroom. I push in behind her and my chest tightens. My little boy is lying in sweat-soaked sheets, his dark skin ashen. His eyes are open, but he doesn't look good. I push my own emotions aside to be the rock that Kelsey and Thomas need. "Hey, boss." I offer a weak smile while Kelsey frantically grabs a thermometer to check his temperature, her hands shaking with urgency to know. I spot the numbers as it beeps. Kelsey's terrified eyes stare wildly into mine. "We need to go," I whisper. I scoop Thomas up and turn to find Kelsey already has the bag and keys in hand. I follow her out the door with Thomas in my arms. Even in our fevered rush to the hospital, I notice how distraught and distracted Kelsey is. She keeps biting her fingers and constantly looking in the back seat to make sure Thomas is okay. I want to comfort her. I'm just as scared, but I'm her reassurance. She sets her hand on her lap and drums her fingers impatiently. My hand goes out to hers, wanting to ground and comfort her. Given the last couple of weeks, I didn't think much of the gesture. I'm surprised when she jerks her hand out of mine and slaps it. "What are you doing? Focus on getting to the hospital," she barks, taking her hand and cradling it as if I have burned her. Confusion settles heavily on me as I put both hands back on the wheel. I thought that we were warming up and past this point given our recent connection, but her coldness brings a stark contrast against what I thought was happening between us. Not wanting to go down a spiral by trying to figure out my ex-wife's emotions towards me, I attribute it to her concern for Thomas. "Here," I announce pointlessly as I pull in front of the ER entrance and slam the car in park. Kelsey's trying to lift our long-limbed son to get him into a wheelchair. "Let me do this." "I've got it." I bite my tongue, trying to not snap back at her. Instead, I calm my tone. "I've got him. You go in and alert the nurses. We're right behind you." I can see her wanting to argue with me, but she decides better of it and rushes into the hospital. Less than an hour later, I watch the doctor's careful examination of Thomas with bated breath. Kelsey is tugging at her necklace and doing her best not to pace. Her slow, measured inhales remind me to take a breath as well. As we watch the doctor nod, looking pleased, I can feel relief edging out the tightness in my chest. I want to reach out to Kelsey again, grab her hand in reassurance, but given how she reacted earlier, I resist. "How are you feeling now?" Dr. Hansen asks Thomas as he stands, finishing the exam. Tired. No more or less than before you were brought in? Thomas's frail, gangly frame shrugs. Less out of it, I guess, but still tired. Dr. Hansen's gray eyes crinkle with a satisfied smile, which causes me to finally take a real breath. I can hear Kelsey doing the same thing. All right. Well, you just rest. I'm going to visit with your parents. The aging doctor turns to address us, a more serious tone now being used. It's good that you brought him in as soon as you did. He had a pretty high fever, as you already know, but in his state, that intense spike in temperature can cause damage quickly. Is that something that's just going to happen? Kelsey asks, concern heavy in her hushed tone. Sometimes. As time goes on, it'll be easier for you to recognize when he may be more susceptible to things like this, like after a long day. I should have known Parents' Day was going to be too much. Kelsey chokes out, guilt lacing her words. Hey, it's not your fault. I automatically go to comfort her, but she shoots me a dagger-like look and my hand quickly retreats. Cade is right. It's nobody's fault. It's good that you guys did something together. I want Thomas to do as much regular kid stuff as possible while he can. Sometimes it helps to let them feel not sick. I could tell the doctor almost said normal, but quickly withdrew the adjective. But that being said, Thomas does need much more rest than before. He may try to fight it some days where he feels fine, but he'll need to take it easy. A tranquil environment and rest are his best medicine right now. Your son's exhausted and just needs to recuperate. I nod as I absorb the advice Dr. Hansen is giving, trying to plan out our next steps. I know Kelsey is probably doing the same thing, only on full mom alert. I want this to be something I do for her. I can show her I can be in charge and she can trust me with our son's well-being. I'll be back shortly to discuss the labs once they're back. For now, let him rest. We look over at Thomas as the doctor leaves, seeing that he's already asleep. I turn to see how Kelsey is, only to find her glaring at me. I knew school was a bad idea. I told you. Kelsey refrains from shouting, but her hiss says it all as she directs her anger to me. This is your fault. My fault. Yes. You pushed school, then we went all out on Parents' Day and I just knew something bad was going to happen. You heard the doctor. No one's to blame. Thomas can still do things, just at a slower pace. Don't! She shouts. She takes a deep breath and threateningly whispers the rest. Don't tell me what my son can and can't do. I am perfectly aware of the situation we are in and the reality of what life is like for him. Tears are glistening in her eyes. Her words strike me, but I recognize the fear and guilt mixed into her anger. I see her fists ball up and her body is shaking. She needs an outlet. If you didn't insist on letting him go back to school, this wouldn't have happened. I stiffen as I see her raise her hands and shove my shoulder. I notice a release in her eyes, and her small fists start pounding into my shoulder. Each punch is a release valve for her maternal distress. She needs this, and I'll take every bit of her storm. I can't bear seeing her destroy herself like this anymore. I grab her quickly so she doesn't have time to object. I forcefully envelop her into my embrace while she tries half-heartedly to retreat from me. Shh. I've got you. You don't have to do this alone. I'm here, I whisper, holding her head against my shoulder. Her anger melts into sobs, and I feel her begin to gasp between tear-filled wails muffled by my shirt. I'm sorry. I probably pushed for too much. I should have listened to your gut. I apologize into her hair. Her desperate grasp on my shirt loosens. I continue admitting blame for what has happened, attempting to soothe her. I should have listened to you. You knew best. The words feel hollow even to me, but I can feel Kelsey slowly calming down and taking controlled breaths. Her hands fall from my shirt, and she takes a step back. I try to catch her eye, but she dodges mine, keeping them locked on the yellowish-white linoleum. She isn't quick enough, though. In that quick moment, I catch her own vulnerability briefly exposed, showing me that this chasm of guilt is shared by us both. I go to reach for her again, but her body turns rigid. She keeps her eyes anywhere but me. It's not entirely your fault. Her voice comes out in a quiet squeak, and I almost miss her words. She looks up at me under her long, dark eyelashes. I can feel my body pull to her like a magnet. Kelsey, I have to go, she replies quickly, practically fleeing from the room. From me. I watch helplessly as she retreats. I know her need for space is just a thinly veiled attempt to regain control over everything that has, and is, happening. But I can't help but feel as if I'm losing her all over again as I hear her steps move further and further down the hall. Each step she takes is only widening the distance between us that we have been working so hard to close recently. Running a hand absent-mindedly through my hair, I look back to Thomas, sleeping peacefully in the mobile hospital bed, monitors beeping and an IV drip attached to his arm. The scene and the sterility of this room hurt me in ways I had hoped I would never know. Not being able to help my son stings my soul. I look back at the door Kelsey walked out of. The walls she's built between us seem nothing short of impenetrable. The closer we get to each other, the harder she pushes away. And the weight that puts on my shoulders is getting hard to carry.
Chapter 10. Kelsey. I truly admire the way Cade conducts himself. It brings me back to an easier time, a time of more fluidity and harmony. A time when there wasn't any weight on my chest that held years of heartache and abandonment. Still, that time happened, and it leaves a wound that simply refuses to heal. Cade decided, mostly by his lonesome, that after that it would be fruitful to take a little vacation on the wings of Thomas's most recent health scare. He presented the arrangements to me once he'd already made them, showing me an opulent but cozy seaside vista that gazes over the glistening waters of Vero Beach, our hometown. The nostalgia felt green and vast to me, lifting the ache from my chest, albeit temporarily. A change of scenery could do us all some good. However, there was also another part of me, the fearful maternal one, who didn't like the idea of Thomas tiring himself out in a place that was further away from the hospital staff who knew his condition. I had expressed these concerns in the shadow of our dispute about the school activities, as calmly as I was capable at the time. Won't this just exhaust him again? How do we know he won't respond the same way? Cade was leaning against the window as rain pelted the glass, holding a steaming mug of a rich hazelnut blend. It was one of his strange habits that continued during my absence, ingesting caffeine so late at night. His elongated jaw was peppered with sprouts of sandy facial hair. He turned to me, eyes soft and engaged. Nature can be very soothing, he said non-argumentatively. Plus, it's not that far from a local clinic that specializes in leukemia. I already checked. There was not a hint of disdain or frustration in his tone. The ache in me eased again for just a moment. Okay, well, we have to make sure his activity is balanced this time. No hours on end of activity with no rest. We can't risk it. Cade nodded compliantly. It wasn't sarcastic or vexed. He was trying to work together. We will strike a balance, Kelsey. I know we will. Now in the present day, I find myself standing on the edge of the dock, mulling over the image of Cade, so strong and stable, leaning up against the window of the pattering rain. Looking at him then, something stirred. But it was a stir from the past. I was glad that I left the conversation when I did. The barbed wire around my heart was a palpable reminder that he had lured me in one time before, and look where that had taken us. Mom, come on. The water is so nice. Cade has Thomas out on a small bow-rider boat that came with the lakeside rental. I stand watching cautiously as it cuts through the shimmering teal waters. Don't lean over too far, I call out to Thomas. He doesn't hear me. He is lost in the beauty of the lake, the gentle breeze washing over his skin and painting a carefree gaze. It is how he should always look, as a boy of barely 10. His interactions with Cade, who insisted on a life jacket, are natural and free-flowing, I watch them closely, venturing out only about 6 to 12 feet from the shoreline. My anxiety is soothed a little, so I crouch down on the end of the dock, musing into the swinging waves. My two loves are out there, soaring along the water, happy and content. One of them is my present love. Thomas, my son, the reason my heart drums like an invigorated song. Then there is Cade. Cade is past tense. I did love him, and it was a deep, intimate, kaleidoscopic love. It was the kind you read about in poems, the kind that struck you still, that felt surreal, that was warm and infinite at every turn. But then it all began to fault. Fractures pierced the globe of our fairy tale. Reality flooding in with cerebral clarity. I stopped feeling important to him. Our son didn't seem important to him. I had to choose one or the other, or risk losing myself. And my son is always going to win that contest. But gazing at the two of them now, I feel something else. Something tries to pry through the scaly barriers of my heart. For a moment, I bathe in the glow of our shared past, a torrid romance that took place under the very same Florida sun. Look at you. You're a regular sailor now. I am pulled from my reverie at the sound of Cade's jubilant tone. I look up from the mesmerizing waters and find Thomas driving the boat, his eyes gleaming with wonder. I feel the impulse to call an end to the shenanigans, but I smirk instead. He's barely going 5 miles an hour, maybe less. And Cade's arm is firmly locked around our son, ready to take charge should calamity befall at any moment. I look at my wrist and turn my face to the sky. They've been out there for nearly an hour, and the sun is hitting its peak. I cut my hands around my mouth and yell out over the sparkling ripples. Cade, come on, bring it in. Let's take a break. Aw, Mom, Thomas yells back, disappointment in his voice. 5 more minutes. I tap the face of my watch and shake my head. Cade is smiling and whispers something in Thomas's ear, making him giggle. His father takes the helm to drive the boat back into the docking station. That was awesome, Thomas exclaims, climbing out of the vessel. I want to go out again. I want to see where you and Dad grew up. Cade climbs out of the boat, the outline of his facial hair increasingly poignant under the hot Florida rays, and so different from his normal clean-cut self. I notice pearls of sweat dancing around his forehead as he looks to me for a response. I take Thomas by the hand, the boy who inherited his father's stubbornness. He goes on as he walks along the dock to the back door of the cottage. I really want to see the places you and Dad went to. Please, Mom. I sigh, then kneel to help him remove his life jacket. His eyes are glassy with awe, and I know that there is simply no way I can shatter that illusion, not with what he's been through. Okay, fine, but we have to make a deal, I say, pointing a finger at him and raising my eyebrows. If I promise that we can go into town tomorrow, you have to promise me that you will rest and take your medicine when I ask. No whining. Deal? Thomas lights up like a bale set ablaze. He takes my hand with both of his, which have grown dainty in the last few weeks of treatment, and shakes it up down with a childlike exhilaration I wish I could bottle. Yes, I promise. Dad, isn't it awesome? I have obtained the role of household warden, while Cade, of course, is pinned with the part of playmate. It will have to do for now. Cade smiles back, wiping the perspiration off his forehead. He is silhouetted by the glaring sunlight, a vision that takes me back to the times of our initial dalliance. That sounds incredible, boss. Come on, let's do as your mom says. Take a break. I will get dinner ready. Thomas follows through on his side of the deal, allowing me to tend to him with his medicines and take him to rest in our beach rental. Cade takes charge of dinner, BBQing up some beef burgers, corn on the cob, and baked potatoes. We eat outside at a picnic table. The ambiance is soothing, a remarkably austere divergence from the sterile chaos of the hospital. We talk and laugh about light things. Thomas falls asleep just after dinner is cleared up, worn out by the sun. Cade carries him to his bedroom, and we both kiss him goodnight. His faint breathing and the tranquility of his slumbering expression spark hope, burning beneath the layers and layers of cruel reality. What a beautiful night. Cade stands outside to the backdrop of softly crashing waves. The cellar of my heart tilts open slightly, seeing him too casual, so placid there again, with his coffee under the moon's spill. It is unfair how at ease he can seem, even under the pressure of a turbulent situation. Yes, it's exactly as I remembered, I reply, folding my arms and leaning up against the threshold of the sliding door. There's a familiarity to it, but there's something else too. He turns to me, his repose fragmenting. It alarms me. Something else? Lifetimes hang between us in the silence, the one that was, one that could have been, and one that is. Emotions war inside me. I submit to silence. It's late, I said, stepping back inside. I can take the couch tonight if you want. No, I got it. I'm up later than you anyway. Get some rest, Kay. I smile languidly, then slide the door shut, sealing him out and away from me.
Chapter 11. Cade. The lakeside escape is soothing something in me. I haven't been near water in some time beyond taking laps in the gym pool for exercise's sake. It would make sense that the subtle crashing of waves against the shoreline is serving as a crucial reminder of the old days. Nostalgia can be healing in itself, though it hadn't been intentional to cast any wool over Kelsey's eyes. Her boundaries are firm, the walls of her heart guarded strictly and seeming impenetrable. I really can't blame her for any of that, though. I took her love for granted, and if I want her in my life, I'm going to have to make up for it. I sleep on the couch in the lakeside rental, lulled by the crisp song of the water's flow. I manage to get a good rest before being woken by the sun, spilling in from beneath the blinds and crawling along the hardwood floors. When I do finally wake up, I forget where I am, but only for a fleeting moment. I'm taken back in time to the days of college. I see a flicker of a goddess in human form, her brain as bountiful and gorgeous as the rest of her. I blink, and it is all over. Thomas is awake and leaps on top of me. Oof! Where's my breakfast, Dad? He is snarky, trying to tickle me, so I tickle him back. His laughter is a balm to all of my woes, my sense of shame and guilt taking a back seat. Breakfast? What about my breakfast? I think you're old enough to start using the stove, aren't you? I lift him by the armpits and place him on his back, finding his ticklish spots, and flutter my fingers around playfully, careful to not rile him up too much. I hear Kelsey making her way down the stairs, and I envision a broad, easy smile on her face. Okay, you two, get it together. I think I should be asking where my breakfast is. Kelsey's tone is lively, far looser than the coiled-up woman I've become reacquainted with since our son's dreaded diagnosis. She comes up to the two of us and pulls us apart in jest. I notice that she is wearing a robe, a lavender fluffy one, family appropriate. A glint of a memory rises in my bones of a much more salacious robe, worn just for me during the earliest days of our affair. It fills me with gloom. All right, let's get the two of you fed, I say, running my hand along Thomas's hairline. We're going to need our energy for today. After eating a meal brimming with protein, I pack the car with snacks and anything that we may require in the event of an emergency with Thomas's condition. It's something that weighs perpetually on Kelsey's mind and heart. I see it. It isn't that it is far from my own. I simply am more practiced at compartmentalization, or as Kelsey once referred to it during one of our more heated quarrels, convenient ignorance. She carries the bag filled with all of Thomas's medicines. For a moment our eyes connect as she passes by, the brilliant sun casting her iris with a sweet honey glow. I smile at her. Her glare darts away, and I am foiled. Where to first? Thomas asks, sliding into the back seat. Port High, Kelsey replies, her smile faint next to me. Where your dad and I first met. I drive out into the shining day, the heat having climbed remarkably so early in the morning. It is a staple of Florida, but Vero Beach is known for its incredibly tropical weather, a paradise for some, while a warning sign for others. I blast the air conditioning while Thomas marvels out the window at the drooping palm trees and crisp, crystal blue sky. I can feel Kelsey next to me ruminating, perhaps her mind moving backward into the past, her body reluctantly present. When I pull into the roundabout, she gasps charmingly. "God, it looks the same," she muses. "It is a weekday, but there are no kids present." We all climb out of the car and maneuver inside, Kelsey wearing a thin, floral summer dress, Thomas's emergency kit tossed over her shoulder. Her dark skin looks smooth and tantalizing under the sun's rays. "Where are the kids?" she asks me casually, letting Thomas saunter ahead. "It's track and field day. They're at a different school. I figured it might be better this way to keep the little guy from getting too excited." A whisper of an approving smile tickles the sides of my ex-wife's mouth. Her eyes are concealed from me under wide black sunglasses, but I can tell that she is pleased. It lights up something in me I have trouble articulating. "That was a good idea," she murmurs. We trail inside, and a wave of sentimentality passes through me like a stiff wind. Everything appears just as it was, with barely imperceptible changes for modern upkeep. The floors remain that strange, eclectic collection of pastel dots plastered over with cheap linoleum. The trophy case that we approach with fascination is still lined with tacky gold trimming and internal shelving that seems to have not been dusted since the 1980s. Mom, it's you!" Thomas points into the trophy case exuberantly, and all three of our faces squint to see past the hand-printed smears. I see what he was so eager to notice. His mother, Kelsey, existing on some plane of existence before he could be even a twinkle in her eye. "Good Lord." Kelsey covers her eyes. "You were a cheerleader?" Thomas asks. "She was," I say, kneeling beside my son. "Your mom was also a great student. She studied hard and even taught the other kids a thing or two." Kelsey's laughter echoes down the hallway. "Yes. Students who narrowly avoided utter catastrophe in chemistry class. Those were the ones who needed it most, honey." It's my turn to laugh, and when I stand up again, Kelsey elbows me. She smiles up at me, and the memories of our good days nearly strangle my words. "I'm so thankful your mom was there. I would have blown up the school in chemistry class, surely." Her smile is bashful, and she licks her lips at me. It's an unintentional act, and when she realizes it, she turns back to the trophy case. "Wow," Thomas marvels. "It's wonderful to see you two again." The principal of the school, a tall, willowy man with a smile that seems too big for his face, comes up behind us. Kelsey is first to face him, still clutching the emergency bag with one hand. "Oh yes, Principal Anton," she says. "Thank you for letting us explore a bit. We wanted to show our son around and share some memories." Principal Anton is nearing 60, and while he became principal in the last of our 4 years at Port High, we remember him fondly. He always gave off the energy of a man who didn't forget his years of having hormones. "It's no problem at all," Principal Anton says with a brash grin. "I wanted to congratulate the two of you for your steadfast marriage. Unions like that don't last much these days." He sticks out his hand and Kelsey takes it, her internal dismay rather stark. I see her open her mouth to correct him, but my hand flinches impulsively, gently placing it on her forearm. Our eyes lock. I beg her silently for pretense. Her eyes dash back to Anton, and she is smiling again. She doesn't correct him. "Thank you, Anton. It is long and enduring, but it is surely worthwhile." Thomas scampers around the track outside, visits the library, and takes a small tour of the gymnasium before Kelsey prescribes some downtime. She and I are awkwardly speechless the entire time, the strain of the truth pulling at us. As we approach the car, I have had enough. The silence is stifling. "Wait a second." Kelsey pauses, her eyes still glued to Thomas, who continues to traverse the landscape of the property blissfully. She beckons him for a moment. Don't go too far, honey. I won't. Her eyes land on me. The sun is a humid blanket, but her stare is an inferno. I detest how doleful and incensed she appears. It makes my muscles rigid to imagine all of the words of hatred going through her mind. So I do something about it. I know that this might be a lost cause, I say, lowering my tone. But the trip doesn't have to be. Can we agree that we are both going to try to get along while we are here? That's all I want, for Thomas's sake. I sense a stab of anger rising in her, but it slows to a drag. Her eyes dart back over my shoulder, mark Thomas, then return to me. I hope you're not trying to manipulate me, she murmurs. I want that too, Cade. I want him to have a good time. And we can too. I promise I'm not manipulating you. Let's try to be a family, even a little bit, just for this trip. I expect her to sigh, something she does when reluctantly presented with a compromise. But she doesn't. That works for me. Relief sets in now that we are finally on the same page. I smile at her as we head over to Thomas, shielding him from the unyielding Florida sun.
Chapter 12. Kelsey. Climbing into the passenger seat. I feel lighter. It truly takes a toll on your body, holding on to disdain. My muscles loosen, and my gaze fixes on the humidity scintillating in unhurried waves in the sky. What's the next stop? Thomas asks. It is just past noon, and the sun has no interest in fading. How about some lunch first? I say, reaching into the back seat. Your dad packed your favorite. Tuna sandwiches. Thomas grimaces, then tries to reach for a sugary snack. I manage to get the small cooler before he can nab it. No, I say, arching an eyebrow over my shoulder. Sandwich first. You need protein, then treat time. Oh, Mom, he says, rolling his eyes. When are you going to learn to have a little fun? He does as I ask, though, taking the sandwich I hold out. I mumble to Cade as Thomas is distracted once more by the passing sights. I hate how much he looks like you when he does that. Cade is focused on driving, but he grins. I can gander at those blue eyes as long as I want, hoping that he won't catch how studious I'm being. Cade continues driving on as I hand him his tuna sandwich. He seems to have relaxed too, and I cannot help but continue admiring him while his attention is stolen by the road. He has the same magnetism he did when we were teenagers. He had always been so cool, so fascinating in his earnestness and maturity. I was always able to see through the bull of horny boys and their pathetic schemes to get in my pants. Cade was never conniving or deceitful. I knew it by looking into his eyes when I spoke about what lit my soul on fire. To him, I was the only girl in the room. That in itself had grown addictive. He made me feel incandescent with the attention he gave me. Then somewhere along the line, that fire was extinguished, stifled by the same old disagreements. What a boring, ancient tale. All right, we made it. Sounds of boards scraping against concrete, of teenagers mingling, giggling, soda cans cracking open, and gasps of awe snatch me from my engrossment. A smile blooms on my face. God, this looks identical too. Thomas leaps out of the car, ready for the next adventure while he still has the energy. I walk out and breathe in the sense of a forgotten life, one void of the trappings of adult existence. Teenagers, ranging from possibly 12 to nearly 18, float around the skate park on their personalized boards, while others zip along on rollerblades. Thomas stands in amazement, then swivels his head steadily to face his father. His mouth is wide open. You and Mom used to skateboard? Cade chuckles, that cool countenance returning as he pushes his hands into his pockets. He goes to Thomas and pulls his head into a loose headlock. Your mom and I used to do a lot of things before you were born, he says, beaming. One of them, yes, was skateboarding. Your mom mostly stood there, admiring my skills. He glances back at me as I trail behind them. The park is near a small body of water, and an appetizing breeze rushes up to pass through my thin summer dress. I nearly groan aloud with relief from the scalding Florida heat wave. He turns back to Thomas when I pause just before the concrete line. They approach a group of skaters who are apparently feeling generous and hand over a board for the two to practice on. I look down at the line between the glistening emerald lawn and the hard concrete surface. Bouquets of snuffed-out cigarettes flow along it like flotsam in the sea. I recall bumming a few puffs off of the girls who hung out later at night at the park, and the failed attempt to restrain a coughing fit as the nicotine burned my throat. Oh, the things we did to fit in. I used to try to be reckless. Also, some older girls would turn my way. "Are you going to show him some of your moves?" I call out to Cade, who has the board tucked under one arm, guiding Thomas over the graffiti terrain to a slope. He hears me and flashes a wink. For the first time in years, I feel my heart flutter and my stomach stir. A glow emits inside, and it all brings me back to those nights spent at the skate park. I'm glad when he quickly returns his attention to laying the board on the ground, a heat crawling up my neck for reasons outside the scorching Florida weather. I move closer to the slope, watching the two most important men in my life. Cade tries to get his balance, focusing hard, trying to cruise briefly over the concrete. He then wavers and nearly takes a tumble. He manages to catch himself in the nick of time, expression like a cartoon character. Thomas laughs uproariously. I cover my mouth before my own laughter can peel across the lot, but it is too late. He wrinkles his nose at me in protest, and I raise my hands in innocence up into the air. "I'm sorry. You look suave, hun. I promise." Cade's eyes light up before returning to Thomas and helping him onto the board. I feel my face heat up again, realizing that the nickname had slipped out of my mouth absent-mindedly. "Be careful now," I call out. I know that Cade isn't going to let anything happen to our son. My stomach gets warm again at the thought, watching Cade holding him first by the hands, then around the waist. They round a small curb, moving upward laboriously, but Thomas doesn't seem to mind. The boy doesn't have a care in the world. He is with two people who would do anything for him. And that was what we both had agreed to, essentially. To place wrongdoings aside so our sick son can rejoice in his existence, the way a child is supposed to. Fear has escaped me, emanating off my shoulders the way the heat rises in dancing streams off the concrete. We stay for about an hour before I feel it is time to take a break. Thomas is very obliging. He races toward me and crashes into my waist, wrapping his little slim arms around me. "Dad is pretty good," he giggles. "Hey, don't sound so surprised." Cade jumps in. "Is it true, Mom? Did you guys hang out here a lot?" "It's true," I say, slipping my hands into his. "I wasn't always this organized. Believe it or not, your mom used to stay up past midnight. Midnight, I say." "The nerve," Cade teases. We continue back to the car to enjoy the air conditioning. We head out next for burgers and French fries, followed by ice cream. As the sky starts to darken, we decide to make our way back to the lake house. There is no objection from Thomas, who has fallen asleep as the sunset paints the sky a deep crimson. Cade and I sit in silence while the droning of the car causes my eyelids to descend. "You can close them," Cade says. "I will get us home." Too spent to analyze my emotions, I let myself doze off. We are safe. I am safe. For the first time in a long time, I am swathed in the warmth of my family. Though I know it is not forever, I soak in it.
Chapter 13. Cade, aren't you hungry yet? I asked Thomas the next day. It's well past lunchtime, but he doesn't want to stop our walk for a meal. No, not really. He barely looks at me, his eyes locked on parasailers gliding on the blue-green water. "He's never hungry," Kelsey mutters to me with a little giggle floating under her breath. I can't help but smile back at her, even though I know it's what makes her look quickly back to Thomas. "Hungry or not, you still have to eat if you want to keep up this energy," she calls to him. I'm glad we agreed to play the part and get along for Thomas's sake. But the last few days have been so easy that it almost feels real. I just wish Kelsey would let her walls down, or at least lower them enough to not ruin things every time she and I share a moment. But still, I can't complain when she hurries away from me. The sight of her perfect ass swaying with her quickened gait keeps the grin on my face in place. "Can't we go to the beach?" "We can, but we need a break from the sun and to get some food. You remember the rules we made about this trip?" "Yes," Thomas answers morosely. "There's still plenty of time, boss," I say. "You can even pick where we go. But I don't know any places here until we go there. How about we keep walking the beach until we stumble across... There!" Thomas points to a familiar building with its iconic yellow-lettered sign. "The Ocean Grill?" I almost laugh and look over at Kelsey, who looks just as amused when she sees where Thomas wants to eat. "Oh my God. Talk about things that don't change," she chuckles. I suddenly am taken back to the last time I went there. I can hear our friends talking all around us as Kelsey and I kept sneaking looks at each other that night. I was busy trying to figure out a way to tell her how I felt about her. It was the last time before we all left for college, but Kelsey and I were both going to New York, and I wanted her to know how happy I was that we were going to the same college. My mind fast-forwards to later that night, when the grill closed and we were out in the moonlight walking the beach. No deep talk came that night, but our desire for each other was satiated, leading me into the best part of my life. I pushed back the guilt that I never realized that until it was too late. "Is it okay with you?" I asked Kelsey before following Thomas, who's already heading towards the grill, eager to get his late lunch over with. I catch a glimpse of possibly the same memory lingering over Kelsey's luminous brown eyes before she so articulately wipes it clean and simply nods. "You told him he could pick." "It's only fitting based on our stroll down memory lane," I say lightly, trying to gauge whether she's sour about it or indifferent. "Leave it to Thomas to pick out the last place we were together here." She smiles but doesn't look at me. I open the door for Thomas, then Kelsey, and I can't help it. I whisper to her as she passes. "Actually, it was the first time we were together." She looks at me, mouth agape as if shocked by my words. I just wink at her before calling out to Thomas to wait before she can say anything. "It smells really good in here." Thomas stands by the "Please wait to be seated" sign, taking in a big whiff. I mimic him. "Yep, smells the same too. Ocean salt, treated wood, and barbecue." Kelsey is inhaling as well. Her body seems more relaxed as she lets a genuine smile pull her beautiful lips upwards. "I've always loved how the windows have no glass in them." "Me too." Kelsey lets her eyes hold mine this time. I want so badly to reach out and brush the loose curl away from her cheek. "Good afternoon. Just the three of you today?" I keep my eyes locked on hers even as I answer. "Yes." The young brunette grabs 3 menus without looking up. "Right this way." We slide into a booth next to one of the giant windowless frames that overlook the ocean side. "What can I start you off to drink with?" "You know, I've always wanted to try your guys' margaritas." Kelsey looks almost excited. "I guess we never really did have a drink here," I mutter, amused. "Not legally, anyway," Kelsey whispers back. "Mom." "It was a joke," she assures Thomas. But we both know that it wasn't. "I'll have the Corona margarita." "Oh, actually, me too," Kelsey chimes in. "Lemonade for me, please." "And water for us all as well," I add, receiving an approving look from Kelsey. The waitress leaves us to look over the menu while Thomas rattles off excited questions. "You came here a lot when you were kids? Has it changed much?" "Yes, we did. It didn't change too much, kind of like a lot of the places we have taken you. Small towns don't really change as drastically as cities." "Yeah, your dad and I spent a lot of time playing pool here and having bonfires on the beach." Really? But you guys didn't date until college? I let Kelsey handle that question. Well, yeah. I mean, we were good friends first. And I was crushing hard on your mom, I interject, getting a kick to the shin under the table, but I can see the crinkles of a smile in the corner of her eyes. Cade? I look to my right at the table being seated and instantly recognize Kyle, my old buddy from high school. Kyle! I stand and shake his hand as a very familiar group trails behind him. Holy mother, the gang's all here. Kelsey stands, recognizing our old crew. We all embrace being introduced and shaking hands with the new additions of partners and children. Once the chaotic introductions wane, the majority of the group takes a seat and Kyle looks around. Excuse me, Rach, just have their drinks served over here. Will do, replies the girl who seated us. They scooch down the pushed-together tables, leaving 3 spots right beside each other. Thomas instantly sits on the far right, next to one of the boys he has buddied up to, leaving 2 tight seats left, right beside each other. I smile even wider thinking about the agreement Kelsey and I have settled on for the sake of this trip. I seat myself next to Kyle, who's sitting at the head of the table. My cheesy grin grows as I blatantly flash it over Kelsey as she wiggles reluctantly next to me. So, how the hell have you two been? I mean, I haven't seen you since... Kyle trails off, shaking his tan face. Yeah, it's been a while. I chuckle, wanting to change the subject from us. So, look at you, man. Kids and everything. Finally made an honest woman out of you, huh, Jenna? The sassy, dark-haired Italian flashes her diamond at us. Going on 13 years now. The catching up flows seamlessly with drinks and appetizers as our friends fill us in on their lives. Then, with the food, comes the reminiscing. Don't give me that crap, Jackson laughs before covering his mouth. Oops, I keep forgetting about the kids. It's so kismet seeing the past and present colliding in such a vibrant burst of nostalgia and genuine laughter. Even Kelsey's enjoying herself. It almost feels like old times until I hear all of our own kids laugh on the other end of the table. But having Kelsey, the love of my life, sitting beside me makes me feel like we're back in high school. I can't ignore how much I miss her anymore as she sits there laughing, living, enjoying herself instead of the tight, burdened woman she's been. Because of me. The guilt can't be excused away anymore. I need to make her see that it could be like this again. So, how have you guys been? I heard you got hitched. Always knew it. Oh, things have been good, is all Kelsey says. But I take advantage of our guys. I slide closer to her. I wrap my arm around her shoulder gently like I used to, and give her a peck on the cheek. I'm just happy she agreed to marry me. A laugh flows over the table and our friends start sharing stories of how they knew Kelsey and I would eventually end up together. But the reminiscing just flows in one ear and out the other as Kelsey and I find each other still letting our eyes linger with one another, longer than before. I can sense her timidness, but it's not hostile. Our friends have no idea how much they are helping me lower her guarded walls. I can only hope I can complete the job. Before I know it, Kelsey and I have fallen back into rhythm with one another, and it feels real. I play the doting husband, and she lets me trail my fingers over hers and make small, loving gestures. Her briskness towards me is gone, and she reciprocates warmly. It makes me yearn for her even more. I look down at the table and catch Thomas laughing with his new friends, and know that I don't only want her back, but our family. Lost in the moment, I catch the time and glance at Thomas. His energy is waning, but he's holding strong. As much as I don't want the spell to be broken, I know we need to get him to bed. Hey, boss, I think it's time we head back. Say goodbye to your friends. He protests, but does as I ask as we stand to do the same. Thank you for catching that, Kelsey whispers gratefully before we hug our old friends goodbye. We excuse ourselves, and in the spirit of keeping up the guys, I take Kelsey's hand as we walk away back to our rental. Even out of sight of the grill, she keeps her hand in mine, making the warmth of earlier continue. I catch Thomas sneak a look behind him and spot our hands. and his quick little smirk warms me even more. He wants his family back too.
Chapter 14. Kelsey. He's out. You sure he's not too tired? There's no fever or... No, Kay. He's fine. He had a long day, but it helped that he sat instead of playing in the sun for the second half. Cade's reassurance makes me calm. I believe him, unlike when this all started. He's proved to be an attentive father, and he was the one who noticed how tired Thomas had gotten. You're right. Okay. I twist a loose curl trying to figure out what to do with myself. I've become very aware that this is the first time Cade and I have been alone and on good terms. I begin to remember how we used to spend that sacred time before. I'm going to go change. I walk towards my room to get into shorts and an oversized t-shirt. I need to remove myself before my womanly needs get the best of me. Okay, want me to pour you a glass of wine? Or are you off to bed? I can hear the letdown in his second question. I should say yes to bed, but I ignore my better judgment. No, a glass would be great. I'll be right back. I start to hear a soft beat against the roof. Looking outside, I see the dark sky has eliminated the stars in place for heavy rain clouds. I push my window open and take in the sound of the beating rain and inhale the musky scent of it, washing away the sweat of the day. I leave the window open and head out towards the sitting room. Cade's already on the couch that he's moved to look out of the giant sliding glass door. He smiles at me, the darkness not even dimming his illuminating blue eyes. My breath catches as the shadows of the night sharpen his features even more, making him look exactly as he had those first years of college, the first years of our love. Cade raises a glass to me. I know how much you like watching the storms here, so I adjusted the couch. I walk over to him and gently take the offered glass. Our fingers touch, and I let his linger with mine longer than I should. Clearing my throat, I take a seat on the love seat sitting close to him. After today, I can't find the obedience to stop myself anymore. I'm tired of fighting when the reason we divorced hasn't even made an appearance since we arrived here. Thank you, I mumble before quickly taking a sip in an attempt to cool my warming body. I take in the quiet house, save for the sound of the heavy rain gaining power. I sip my wine as I gaze at the storm's achingly beautiful dance against the sliding glass doors. We sit in comfortable silence, not like the hostile environment we had become so used to. Cade is softly breathing beside me, seeming to be almost as at peace as I am. The storms have always had an entrancing effect on us. It's comforting knowing that we can still enjoy this silent vigil together. Maybe things can be different, how they used to be. The optimistic thoughts become louder as I think about this past week. My womanhood begins to ache with the storm's crescendo for the familiar touch of the man I used to love so deeply. Have you enjoyed the trip? I nod. I didn't think it was a great idea, but you were right. I think we all needed this. I do too. He keeps his eyes on the window, and I grow curious, knowing he's not one for small talk. Then, with the spell of late-night confessions upon us, I hear Cade take a deep breath. When was the moment that you knew you couldn't do this anymore? The question doesn't entirely catch me off guard, given the memories and familiarity of the evening. I see him turn to face me and lean his long body casually against the arm of the couch. I turn and bring my legs up and cross them. I don't know if there really was one moment, Cade. I reply heavily. He says nothing. Why? I just feel like maybe we rushed getting a divorce. No, I don't think so. So, you don't regret it? Of course I do, I say automatically. Cade looks up at me in surprise. I mean, I wish it never came to what it did. And I know over the past years we haven't handled it the best either. I look at him and know he's actually listening, unlike any other time we have gotten into it. It was a lot of things. But honestly, your priorities were a big part of it. I was used to being the most important thing to you. Even through school, we figured it out. But then we had Thomas, and everything changed. And I knew it would. But I never thought you would continually choose work over your family, over me. And I had to put Thomas first. We fought so much and never agreed, and you thought I was being so selfish. Maybe I was, and I know I could have been better, but Cade, it was a lot for a long time, and I tried everything I could. I just couldn't feel like we were burdening you anymore. It wasn't good for any of us. I calm my shaking now that I've finished. I'm sorry. What? I don't know if I have ever heard Cade say that word. I'm sorry for what I've done. I loved you both so much, but work seemed so important. I could control what happened at work, and I couldn't control anything at home. So I ran away from you. I've never heard him admit it, but I always figured that was a big reason. Cade is a control freak on a lot of levels. Having a kid made me see how little I could actually control, especially when it came to him. And soon I couldn't even control how much you hated me. My heart tightened at his admittance. It's not all your fault, Cade. I touch his shoulder sympathetically. It is, though. I know you say you have a part to play, but it's all because of me. I took you for granted. I'm the reason we aren't where we should be. I thought money would make it better. I give out a harsh laugh. Since when does money ever really make anything better? I know, but then the thought of you having to work, I needed work. I like bettering myself. I know you do, and I just pushed who you were to the side to make room for what I thought we should be. Then I started resenting you like you started resenting me. I made excuses that what I was doing was right, that you were the irrational one. I think deep down I knew that was the biggest lie I could ever tell. His voice has grown quiet and his head droops in failure. I don't think I've ever seen him so vulnerable and honest with guilt. The following silence allows me to reflect on life's pressures for us both, and that Cade had been going through much more than he had let on when we began falling apart. The wind starts whistling outside, swaying trees violently and forcing the crashing of waves. Lightning strikes. The important thing is that you see it now, and it's okay to not have it all figured out. He looks up at me and I offer a small smile. Abrupt darkness swathes the room suddenly, leaving us in complete darkness. The power went out, Cade states. I stand up immediately thinking about Thomas. Before I can move, Cade's hand is swift yet gentle. His words a calming anchor in the sudden blackout as his touch draws me back into our shared space. He's okay, he's sleeping, and we don't need power for that. I'll go check on him just to make sure. You just stay here. I'll grab a couple of candles. I feel his hand slip away from mine as he heads blindly over to Thomas's room. This man being a father and a partner is the man I fell in love with. He's still there inside Cade, and with the absence of work, he's so prominent and present, it's hard to ignore the stirring feelings of warmth and happiness that keep bubbling inside of me. I wait for Cade to return, only catching glimpses as the lightning crackles over, trailed by the booming thunder. I couldn't find any candles, Cade says as I feel him slide back in the seat beside me. Thomas is good. I listened to his breathing and felt his head. I can't help myself anymore. I throw my arms around Cade's neck and bury my face into his shoulder. He feels stiff at first, as if in shock, then slowly wraps his strong, safe arms around me. I've missed you, I whisper against his shoulder as a few tears slide down my face. I was only gone for a minute, he chuckles. No, I miss you. This last week, you, Thomas, everything you've been doing. I trail off as I pull away slightly and look deep into his eyes. Even in the darkness, I can see how much he's changed. I see softness, gentle and caring eyes. not the hard, no-nonsense eyes he took on after Thomas was born. He wipes a lone tear away before pulling me back into his embrace like a harbor in this tempest. The storm seems to have made us vulnerable, reflecting two souls seeking solace in this familiarity of our intertwined lives. I pull myself away and try to rein it in just a little. We grab our glasses and take a quiet sip as my mind races. A flash of lightning casts drastic, stark shadows, and in that ephemeral light, our eyes lock again in a silent conversation in the space between heartbeats. No longer able to resist, our lips crash together like the waves outside. Glasses falling from our hands as our kiss is charged with the electricity of the storm and the history that binds us, sealing our moment of surrender.
Chapter 15. Cade. The wine glasses fall from our hands, spilling to the floor as our arms hurriedly wrap around each other. I pull Kelsey to me, my hand on the back of her head, savoring the feel of her lips against mine. It's been so long since I felt this with her. The kiss is gentle and deep as the years of absence make their way to a head. Our breaths are heavy as I stumble backward, pulling Kelsey on top of me as we fall to the couch. Her body pressed to mine is something I thought I'd lost for good. But here we are, a bundle of breathy panting and exploring hands. Our kisses begin to build momentum, and each stroke of our tongues together fills the room with the sound of passion. My hands slide up the familiar plane of her back as I slide the shirt up over her head. Her hand bunches the hem of mine as she begins to undress me as well. I catch her eyes and hold her gaze. "Are you sure about this?" I asked, my voice raspy and strained from the intensity of my arousal. "I don't want to think right now," she replies, sliding her hand slowly up my chest. The motion makes me groan and capture her lips in mine once more. Thanks for listening, friends. Unfortunately, the rest of this delicious chapter is too sizzling hot for YouTube. Find the unabridged version over at VixaVaughnRomance.com and use code VIXA40 for all the goods on our two lovebirds. Now back to the story.
Chapter 16. Kelsey. Cade moans as he squeezes me closer, his arm wrapped around my waist. Meanwhile, I stare up at the ceiling, wondering what my next move is going to be. I don't want to wake him, but I feel a desperate urge to move and release myself from his grasp. Even with my blissful exhaustion, there's still a tingling sensation in my body from being with him last night. Yet it's this same sensation that compels me to jump up and run out of the room. Despite the physical satisfaction of being with him again, I cannot sleep as deeply as he does. In fact, I can't sleep at all. My mind is racing, thinking about all the potential outcomes of our intimacy. I'm second-guessing all the decisions I've made from the time of our arrival in Florida until now. I don't understand how we reached this point. Of course, I want our relationship to get better for Thomas's sake, but is this where I want to be? I mean, there's a reason we're not together as a couple. Shifting my position, I direct my gaze straight at Cade's face. He is still asleep, looking handsome under the moonlight. His angular jawline is relaxed while his sandy brown hair is in a tousled mess. He is usually so well put together. The sight of him looking so peaceful and vulnerable makes me want to caress his cheeks and comb through his hair with my fingers. Goodness only knows what I look like right now. I say a silent prayer before making any sudden movements. Heaven, help me try to explain this to Thomas if he comes looking for me and finds me here like this. Right then, Cade shifts and rolls onto his opposite side. I wait a bit to make sure he's still fast asleep. Then I shimmy out from under the sheets. As I make my way to the door, I gather my clothes and get dressed again. Eager to slip out of the bedroom before sunrise, I move with as little noise as possible, mindful of not waking Cade from his slumber. Uncertainty hangs heavy in the air, casting a shadow over my morning rituals. Instead of my usual brain dump, I'm struggling to write in my journal. Screw writing, I'll draw instead. After I unpack my thought through drawing, I head to the kitchen to get a glass of warm water. With the glass in hand, I step outside to catch the early sun's rays and inhale the cool, refreshing air left by the storm. And to prevent stiffness from last night's romp, I do a few stretches. I haven't been with anyone since Cade, and it has been a while. I know I'm not ancient or anything, but I didn't know my body could still enjoy sex like that with him. And that's my current dilemma. I enjoyed it, but I didn't want to talk about what that meant for us then, and I don't want to talk about it now. It's clear how we got carried away. We lost ourselves in the nostalgia of being back home and pretending we were a loving couple. From outside, I hear Cade's alarm go off. He'll be out soon to prepare breakfast. I rush into my room to avoid being found by him. I'm not ready to face Cade after last night. I don't know what to say. Maybe he will be discreet for Thomas's sake. "Who's ready for some pancakes?" Cade calls out. He has a noticeable pep in his step this morning. "I am," Thomas replies, looking up from the craft project we're working on together. He's enjoying his morning just as much as his dad. "Okay," Cade sings out. "We've got blueberry buckwheat pancakes and maple syrup, scrambled eggs, and sliced strawberries with Greek yogurt. Dad, can I have cheese on my scrambled eggs?" "Sure thing, boss." "Kay, you still like blueberry pancakes as much as you used to?" I direct my attention to Thomas to keep from engaging in conversation with Cade. "Thomas, you like blueberry pancakes, right?" "I like anything you can put syrup on." "What 10-year-old boy doesn't?" I ask as I stand up to help set the table. "I didn't always like pancakes," Thomas calls out in protest. "Oh no?" I ask. "No, Mom, you know I liked waffles better than pancakes. They can hold the syrup in the little holes." "Grooves, you mean?" "Yeah, grooves. I like Dad's pancakes because he puts fruit in them." "Your mom has always liked my pancakes, haven't you, Kay?" Cade asks, momentarily turning away from the scrambled eggs. "Thomas, I have given you fruit with pancakes," I say, pretending to be offended. I wonder if Cade notices that I've yet to answer any of his questions. "Yeah, Mom, but you put them on the side or the top. It's not the same thing. That's why I like your waffles and Dad's pancakes." While we sit at the table eating breakfast, Thomas continues to chatter away. He is oblivious to the thick silence that hangs between his parents. His happiness is a stark contrast to the palpable tension I feel. Cade once again attempts to start a conversation, but his words fall flat, deflected by my immersion in the care of our son. Thankfully, Thomas's innocent prattle serves as a temporary distraction. It's like a shield that keeps me from feeling vulnerable after what happened last night. After breakfast, I help to clear the table. Cade cleans the kitchen while Thomas and I complete the day's craft project. "I'm impressed with your work on the project, Thomas," I say and give him a high five. "I have some studying to do today. Do you have any plans? Or are you just going to hang out for the rest of the day?" "I don't know," Thomas admits. "Well, maybe you can think of something to help keep your dad busy?" "You just don't want him to bother you while you're trying to study, right? You want him to get busy somewhere else?" "It would be helpful today." Thomas does not know just how on point he is with his analysis, and I'm not being dishonest. I need some alone time to focus on my studies, and if Thomas can help with that, I won't have to deal with these feelings of uncertainty. Thomas heads to the kitchen to summon his father. "Hey, Dad. Mom has to study today. Can we go for a walk and play some table games when we get back?" Cade's gaze shoots up and we lock eyes. "Oh, she does?" At that moment, the fight, flight, or freeze instinct kicks in. I want to run, but I can't move. "Yeah," Thomas says. Without dropping his stare, Cade says, "Of course, son. Let's give your mom some space today." I give them both an apologetic smile and head into my room. Nightfall descends upon the house, and Cade sees Thomas to bed. My shield is finally asleep. You got time to take a quick break? I look up from my reading to see Cade leaning against the bedroom doorway. It would have been sexy if I didn't feel so awkward around him now. Sure, I say, bracing for an onslaught of questions. I can spare a few minutes. Cade sighs, summoning the courage to speak. I've enjoyed spending time together. It's been amazing showing Thomas our old haunts. Reminiscing with old friends has been nice. I wait for him to continue. What I'm trying to say is that I miss being a family. He pauses. I miss you, Kay. I miss your strength, your courage, and your devotion. There's another pause. This one is longer than the first. I'm asking for another chance. Cade's hope for another chance is like a whisper in the dark. I don't know where it's coming from. Yet it both unnerves and intrigues me. His confession has me torn between what my heart desires and what my head knows. Stirrings of a love I thought I had forgotten come to the surface. But memories flood back, but not the ones from last night. Memories of waiting, of hope dwindling into pain. I recall the sacrifices I made and the moments I felt abandoned. Loving a man whose life left little room for me had taken its toll. It's not that simple, Cade. A few months under the same roof doesn't make a firm foundation, especially after it took years for it to crumble. Cade lowers his head, and I wait until he looks up again to continue. I'm still picking up the pieces. Once I understood that someone or something would always have priority over me, I let go to rebuild that strength you miss so much. My resolve hardens as I speak, my words painting the picture of a woman who had weathered storms alone for far too long. In fact, I say, the only priority we can agree on is Thomas. Let's not cloud things with complicated romance. This isn't the time. He is our focus. His health comes first. And nothing I do or say can change your mind, he asks. I'm sorry, Cade. I won't sacrifice my heart again, and I won't sacrifice Thomas. As the weight of his request and my refusal hang in the air, we stand there, two broken hearts united in our profound affection for our child. The night holds no welcomed answers for Cade, and my last word on the matter becomes an unwavering declaration. I have no time for love. With that, the darkness closes around us, leaving us to grapple with the fragility of our hearts and the complexities of our intertwined lives.
Chapter 17. Cade. We move around the house in silence, unsure of what to say to each other after all that we've already said. Still, I can't help but notice us sneaking glances at one another. Sometimes I catch Kelsey fixing her gaze on me as if she is in deep study. If I'm honest with myself, I'm staring at and studying her too. I look at her features, which are to me like a work of art. I'm lost in her deep brown eyes. The smoothness of her skin is the perfect canvas for her pronounced dimples, especially when she turns her gaze towards Thomas. She speaks to him, and the movement of her heart-shaped lips makes me long to kiss her. As the day ends, I realize I'm still watching Kelsey from across the room. Suddenly, determination fills my entire body. I resolve not to surrender our chance at love. I head to my bedroom to plot out my strategy. When I pass by the mirror, I catch sight of my reflection. I turn to study my own features. The flicker of hope in my eyes is unmistakable as I envision a future where we can finally be a family. A future where Kelsey and I can be together. I position myself in front of the mirror. Treat this with the same level of significance as any important project. After that brief pep talk, I start my bedtime routine. The next day, I wake up early, eager to start the day off right. I slip out into the garden, the morning dew still fresh on the grass. With care and thoughtfulness, I select the most vibrant and beautiful flowers to present to Kelsey with her morning coffee. Each petal represents my love for her and my desire to make her happy. "Hey, Dad, what are you doing?" I look up to see Thomas walking toward me. "Hey, boss, I'm picking some flowers for your mom." "Why?" "Because it's nice to show people you appreciate their presence in your life. Let them know they're important." "Oh, okay." I look at my son and the most delightful plan comes to my mind. "How would you like to help me with this? It's not just this one thing. It's a complete mission for the next few days. If you want to help me, and if you're up to it, I know it will be successful." "Really?" Thomas's eyes widen in astonishment. Then a mischievous twinkle appears in them. As we smile, we can see our shared determination reflected in each other's eyes. "You bet, boss. Let's take a seat and strategize." We whisper our plans, our laughter mingling with the excitement of our secret. Our bond grows stronger as we become partners in a conspiracy of love. After some measuring mishaps and tips on kitchen safety, we surprise Kelsey with breakfast in bed. Thomas knocks on her door. We wait for a response. When there is no response, he pounds on the door even harder. Finally, Kelsey answers. "Yes?" Thomas bellows through the door. "Morning, Mom. I have a surprise for you." "Really? Okay." A moment of silence follows. Then Kelsey says, "Okay, come in." When Thomas opens the door, I see a groggy smile on Kelsey's face. Then when she sees me behind him carrying the tray, her eyes open in surprise. "What's this?" she asks. "Breakfast in bed," Thomas answers. We place the tray before her, loaded with homemade blueberry pancakes, their golden edges glistening in the morning light. There's coffee, orange juice, butter, and syrup. And on the side of the tray are the hand-picked blooms. "What a beautiful surprise!" Kelsey exclaims. "What's the occasion?" Thomas looks up at me and then at his mom. "We want you to know we appreciate you and that you're important." "That's always nice to know," Kelsey says to Thomas. Then she looks up in my direction and smiles. "Well, we won't keep you," I say. "Enjoy your breakfast. Let's go, boss." "See you later, Mom." "See you later. Thanks, guys." I'm not stopping with breakfast, though. I'm determined to do everything I can to impress Kelsey during our last days here. While we are out exploring the town, we stop by this charming bookstore. After depositing Thomas at a circle time reading for kids, I bring Kelsey to the poetry section where the sonnets are. I hope that by reading them, they will bring back the passion she once felt. Oh my goodness, Cade. Look at all these different editions. How many ways can you package the same 154 sonnets? Let me count the ways, Kels. I hold back a laugh. Oh, that was just horrible, Cade. Do you remember the course we took where we worked in groups? And we analyzed our favorite sonnet? Kelsey's eyes lower as she recalls that moment in history. Then she picks up one collection of sonnets and opens to the table of contents. Yeah, I remember. I watch her flip through the pages until she finds the sonnet she is looking for. She recites the short piece. "Let me not to the marriage of true minds admit impediments. Love is not love which alters when it alteration finds, or bends with the remover to remove. Oh no." As Kelsey reads the familiar verses, I watch her with anticipation. I yearn to see a revival of the spark that had once burned so brightly. "Was that the sonnet you chose?" I ask her after she finishes. She gives me a thoughtful look. "Yes," I said something like it's the nature of true love, how it's unchanging and enduring regardless of life's challenges in the passage of time. Then she sighs and puts the book of sonnets back in its place. A lot of words to describe even more words. "What do you mean?" I ask her. "I mean, love is a verb, Cade. There has to be action behind it to prove it's real." Before I can respond, we hear, "Mom! Dad! I'm done over there!" We turn to see Thomas heading our way. "Okay," Kelsey says. "How about we break for lunch?" The following sunny afternoon, I set up a family picnic by the lakeside. It's the exact spot where Kelsey and I first confessed our love for each other. The familiar scenery whispers tales of our shared history, a gentle tribute to our once passionate bond. "It's been ages since I've been to Camel Lake," Kelsey exclaims. "I wonder if they still have the picnic tables and grills near the water." "Those were some choice spots, Kay. It's always hard to get unless you arrive here early." "I wouldn't worry too much about it. It's the middle of the week and most folks are at work or school." I nod my head in agreement. "True. Let's see what we find." To our delight, the recreation area has few people. We look around to find a suitable picnic spot. Once we choose a location, I look at Kelsey. Good. At least it will be quiet and Thomas can be free to run around. Kelsey spreads the table liner while I remove the cooler and basket from the car. I place the cold food on the table, then heat the grill. Our natural teamwork in preparing the picnic lunch reminds me of how in sync we used to be. When we finish eating and disposing of our trash, we sit on one of the lakeside benches. Thomas, coached by me, reaches into his backpack and hands Kelsey a handmade card filled with scribbled hearts and a note that reads, "Dad loves you too, Mom." From the corners of my eyes, I see Kelsey's become emotional as she clutches the card. The next day, during a leisurely walk, I orchestrate a run-in with the ice cream vendor who had known us as teenagers. "Cade and Kelsey, how nice to see you. And this must be your little one." I place my arm around Kelsey's waist and put a hand on Thomas's head. "Yep, this is our son, Thomas." The vendor smiles. "Nice to meet you, Thomas." "It's nice to meet you," Thomas responds. "And so well-mannered. You two are doing a great job. How about a shareable cone of your favorite, and whatever Thomas would like, on me?" "Thank you," Kelsey says. "That's very nice." We continue walking, Thomas holding my hand on one side, Kelsey sharing a cone with me on the other. Our laughter mingles with the sweet taste of nostalgia. After getting Thomas to bed, we step out onto the porch of the rental. I take out my phone and start a playlist of soft instrumental music. Then I turn to Kelsey and hold out my hand. "Take a spin?" I ask her. "You want to dance?" She looks at me, playfulness mixed with surprise on her face. "Come on, Kels, it's a pleasant night." As twilight paints the sky in hues of orange and pink, I take Kelsey by the hand and lead her to a small dance area I have arranged. The soft strains of music fill the air, creating a magical atmosphere where time stands still. Wrapped in each other's arms, we dance under the moonlight, letting the rhythm of our hearts guide our steps. I hope she sees, just like in the sonnets, that each gesture and thoughtful act is a declaration of my unwavering love for her. When she looks up at me and smiles, I see a glimmer of hope in her eyes. As she lays her head on my shoulder, I hold on to the chance that the love we once shared still lingers within her. I can't lose hope now.
Chapter 18. Kelsey, I'm done fighting this. Maybe there's no need to be so scared of someone I used to call my partner. Either way, I know what I want now. I quietly sneak Cade into my room once Thomas is asleep. My heart races with uncertainty, but the longing for the man I once loved draws my steps forward, stopping when I'm close enough to touch him. I slide my hand up his chest, the movement familiar and unforgotten, just as the way he wraps his hand around mine is just as practiced. As I step closer and his arms come around me, my mind wanders. Are we really doing this? Things feel different this time, and so far it's working. Cade's commitment to being attentive and his every effort has been highlighted today. He still loves me, and Lord knows I still love him. The emotion is heightened as his lips meet mine, drawing me to him and breathing me in as if I were a lifeline. I press myself closer, needing to feel him against me. His flesh is prominent, and I can tell by the way his chest rises and falls against me that he is just as affected as I am. He backs us to the edge of the bed where he sits, sliding his hands down the contours of my body, around my ass, and up my sides to grab the hem of my shirt in both hands. He slides it up and over my head as I unhook my bra, dropping it to the ground as the cool air stiffens my peaks. These two just can't get enough of each other, and neither can we. Find all the dirty details for this chapter over at vixavonromance.com, since YouTube's guidelines prevent us from sharing it here and now. Using code VIXA40 will get you super savings on all the goods and help make up for this little inconvenience in a big way. Now, back to it. Chapter 19. Kelsey. My walls have finally crumbled. Cade has done all within his power, having dived into the deepest wells of his romantic heart to prove to me that he wants a long-term commitment. It took a lot to turn around and forgive him, because I have found that forgiveness is akin to love. It's something that happens, not something you can choose. Cade's actions showed me that his love for me never faltered, and that the wrongs he had scarred me with were ones he was willing to remedy. He went over the top with many of his gestures, but they broke me down. Love rose after being locked away for all the years that we had been apart. I want to believe that we can continue to raise our son while working to repair the foundation of our relationship. Cade has convinced me that he undoubtedly wants the fairy tale that we once had back again. And I am game as much he is. As long as Thomas remains our priority, I find myself teeming with a bursting glow. The last few days at the lake house having felt like a fantasy having come to life. A nagging thought scratches in the back of my mind, one that the glow inside me desperately tries to blur out. But it keeps coming as I turn on the coffee machine, listening to it hiss as the beans begin to simmer. What if this is all for the show? What if it's just vacation delirium? What if he just goes back to being as he was before when we return home, the absent father who chooses his love affair with his career over his family? I don't want the brooding to dampen my mood. There are only 3 more days left in Vero Beach, and I want to keep my side of the agreement that we would get along while indulging in our past exploits. But none of that entailed a rekindling of affection or sex. Yet that is what happened. I pushed the thought away and returned my attention to the coffee maker, pouring a cup for each of us. Thomas isn't awake yet, and I figure it is best not to confuse him with the shared bedroom occupancy. I scurry back upstairs and am greeted by Cade's naked body. "Coffee can wait," he says, taking the mug from my hand. We make love again, a hushed, steady pace reflective of the waves against the shoreline. Thomas is awake an hour later, after Cade and I have both showered and cleaned up for the day. I feel a buzzing thrill fused with a serenity that only Cade has been able to give me. That and spectacular sex. We pack up our things and head out to the Environmental Learning Center, a biodiverse 64-acre Lagoon Island nature center, not far from where we are staying. Thomas had requested it, with his interest in animals having flourished since our arrival in Vero Beach. It is miraculous to see him all consumed by something that has nothing to do with his illness. I feel the same way. For a good few moments in time, I forgot all about his plight. What do you want to try first? The center is teeming with visitors, young and mature. Thomas's eyes glitter as we pass through aquariums, explore the interactive beehive exhibit, and visit the art gallery. In between, of course, I remind him frequently not to overdo it. "I think he's okay," Cade says, sitting at the picnic table. "I think the change of scenery has done him some good." I still watch Thomas closely, but with far less urgency. Cade's hand dips below the bench and brushes over my thigh. The sensation is electric. I whip my head toward him, expressing false outrage. His fingers linger there for a moment, and he whispers something lewd, pulling my body back to our early morning entanglement. "I missed you, particularly your mouth." I slide my jaw back and forth as arousal engulfs me. I swat his hand off my thigh and he winks just as Thomas returns from his fun at the gift shop. "Did you get enough to eat?" I ask Thomas, trying to swallow my inappropriate excitement. I rub at his belly, and he pushes my hand away. I'm okay. Don't worry. I want to go outside. Some trails look fun. All right then, let's get going, Cade says. The temperature today is far more reasonable than it has been, and I am thankful for it. Thin summer dresses have become a key part of my wardrobe since coming out to Vera Beach, and I love the way the breeze gusts through the silky fabric. It feels almost as good as the way Cade is ogling me from behind, his hands in his pockets, ever the cool guy. Thomas stomps ahead along the pathway, his eagerness making the wooden slats below our feet wobble. The canopy above casts a welcome shadow, even if the day is far more tepid. Stop that, I say, waving my hand back at Cade when he cups my ass. You are going to get the both of us into trouble. His expression goes dark with intrigue. I am enthralled. Is that so? He pulls me in by the waist while we are alone, his hands roaming down the plump curve of my bum. My heart hammers in my chest as he kisses me, painfully soft. I lose myself in him. Nothing else exists in the oasis of our fantastical infatuation. Not even Thomas. But then something tears inside my mind. I rip my lips from Cade's, forcing his hands from my body, and walk steadily ahead. Thomas, where are you? Don't go too far. Panic grips me as my throat runs dry. Guilt erupts as scalding as lava, flooding through my body as I begin to sprint in my flats, with Cade following closely behind. Cade is the epitome of repose as he grabs my wrist. His voice is calm, but offers no solace to my growing sense of horror. Let's wait a minute, okay? There are only so many places that he can go. Let's walk along the path, and we can go back to the learning center. We can get people out looking for him. I am spiraling. The greenery around me blends with the faces of the people twisted in bewilderment, likely judging the hysterical woman who somehow lost her son, who was sick with leukemia. All because she was filled with greed for her ex-husband. Our mounting avidness had distracted me from what was most important, and our son was going to suffer for it. My chest feels like it might collapse into itself. A heaviness comes over me like an anchor is attached to every limb. Cade, I manage to mutter. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. He takes me by the hand forcefully, and we trek through the pathway, all while he guides me through slow breathing techniques that we learned together in a bygone era. I haven't had a panic attack since Thomas was 3. Its return is guttural and savage. We are going to the learning center. We will find him, Kelsey. I promise. He is still calm when he tells the employees what happened, who then calm in an emergency search and rescue team to comb through the wilderness. I shudder at the intrusive vision in my mind of Thomas's corpse floating through the turquoise waters after having fallen off a waterfall. I put my head in between my legs for what feels like days while Cade holds me. The team scours the center. We've got him, one of the paramedics finally calls out. A rush of blood to the head, and I am reeling. Cade keeps me steady as the paramedics say that he was found unconscious near the shoreline. Exhaustion had plagued him, and he had likely collapsed. He has leukemia, I mumble under my breath. The heaviness returns, and the room starts to spin. Cade notices and pulls me in closer. I bury my face into his neck, breathing in his musk. Cade brings me outside for air. An ambulance speeds past us and into the park, a sea of blue and red urgency lighting up the sky. We have to go, I say, somewhat delirious. Cade keeps me still, stroking my back up and down, his voice adamant and strong. We will go. They are getting to him now. We'll get in the ambulance with him. He is going to be okay. Just a little, my resentment for Cade creeps back into my throat, knowing he is making a promise he can't keep.
Chapter 20. Cade, I have to stand solid. I have to be the rock for my family. That is my job. That is why we have been reunited. I am the ship, sailing through their dark night. The thought chants through my mind like a monk's mantra. They found Thomas near the water, breathing but unconscious. A flashing stream of red and blue light swerves past us, stopping briefly to allow us to climb into the back. We find our son, strapped to the gurney. His skin is ashen, his eyelids fluttering as the ambulance races toward the local clinic. I hold Kelsey firmly in my arms. The sight of Thomas in the ambulance stirs my stomach, like I tried to swallow a stone. Is he going to make it? Kelsey's words are frenzied, and the paramedics do not stop their work even with her trembling glare. It's all a part of their training, I'm sure. But Kelsey cannot see practicality through the haze of her terror. She feels like a doll in my arms, the weight of her as lifeless as our son. Well, talk to me. Will he be okay? She shrieks. The two paramedics continue to work on Thomas as I pull Kelsey in close, forcing her to avert her eyes away from the procedure. I feel a sense of dreamlike dread, but my humanity kicks in for the sake of my family. I am the rock. I am steady. They are doing their best, I say, tilting her chin up to meet my stare. We are moving quickly, getting to the hospital. We'll have to take the helicopter there from this one. Helicopter? She breathes. Yes, we will get him there fast and safely. We are going to get home and everything will be all right. Kelsey stops listening, her eyes hovering over to fixate back on our ill son. I pull her face into my chest as the sirens above screech, their drumming growing more and more faint by the second. It's my fault, she mutters, her fingers raking into my back. I shouldn't have been so calm. I should have been right by his side. I shouldn't have... She erupts into a withering cascade of tears. The silent cry turns into sobs, and she is shaking against the sounds muffled by my chest. She is pressing her face harder, the sobs descending into a guttural howl. It takes everything within my body to keep from crumbling with her. Men exist on a plane of a stoic facade. When our walls are shattered, there really is no coming back. It's something that takes a lot of force. But there is no greater force really than that of love. I kiss the top of Kelsey's head, breathing in her sweet essence, then bring my mouth to the shell of her ear. I can feel the ambulance zipping through traffic, close to the clinic where Thomas will be loaded up and taken back to his home care facility. I'm scared too, honey, I say, voice quivering. I'm so afraid of losing our special little boy. But I am here with you. We are all here together. And this is not your fault. It will never be your fault. Do you hear me? Her weeping slows as her face shifts into my bicep. I run my hands up and down her back as the ambulance comes to an abrupt halt. The paramedics rush Thomas out on the gurney, and I help Kelsey hop out, trailing closely behind them. We race through the sterile hospital corridors, our Thomas with a face mask pushed onto his face, unmoving while wires stream out like octopus tentacles. I can feel Kelsey, her eyes locked on the gurney. She watches hypnotically as we arrive at the elevator door. We rush into it, side by side with the gurney and the paramedics who are keeping tabs on Thomas's vitals. Kelsey gazes down at our boy. The vivaciousness is drained from him, his skin gone an inhuman wan shade. I'm holding her by the waist, sensing every agonizing consideration that stabs into her heart. You're afraid too? She asks, voice vacant. I look up at the neon numbers of the elevator floors, ticking up far too slowly. I am. I'm very afraid. The paramedics ignore us. It must feel as casual as a waiter listening to a snotty customer complain about the state of their spaghetti by that point. They stick to their duty, watching the heart rate monitor and communicating in a language that may as well be hieroglyphics. The elevator door finally chimes open. They dart out, and we follow again, closely, breaking out in a small jog. I feel the impulse to toss Kelsey over my shoulder like a rag doll and resist. We can do this, she whispers. We rush onto the roof, the breeze from the helicopter blade swirling and growing rougher against our faces. The paramedics bolt toward it as the door slides open, handing off our son to two hardened-looking nurses. They will take over from here, one of the paramedics yells over the chopper. Thank you, I yell back. There is empathy in their eyes. They may never know what happens to the many people they care for. The second set of hospital staff loads Thomas into the vehicle and waves their hands for the two of us to accompany them. Here, put these on. They hand us both mint green earmuffs with a microphone attached. With them, we will be able to hear what the pilot and medics are saying, as well as each other. I help Kelsey into the chopper, her resolve growing increasingly sturdy. I place the muffs over her ears, then on mine. She is still staring at Thomas, mystified by the turn of events, our perfect little getaway shattered by the confusing health crisis. Heart rate stable, one of the nurses says. His fluids are consistent, the other replied back. The staff appears neutral about Thomas's state, but with his leukemia, there is no telling when he could take a turn for the worse. They keep a close eye on him as the blades cut through the dark night air, ready to hover up and over the steamy city. Kelsey lifts her head and turns to me, resting her head against my shoulder. I have one hand firmly snaked around her waist, her body perfectly molded to the shape of mine. There is a spark, a light flickering in her inscrutable gaze. Promise me it'll be okay, she mutters. I need to hear that. I can't do this alone, Cade. Please. I lose myself in her stare, studying my response as the helicopter begins to lift into the air. My heart feels like it is being crushed by the desperation in her look. But the mantra remains. I am the rock. I am steady. I bring my lips to hers and we kiss softly. I try to carry my strength over to her. I feel the warm aura passing through us as the chopper reaches the skyline. We part, and I murmur, trying to be as reassuring as I can in that moment. I say what I know in my heart without lying. We will be okay. I promise you. Our son will come out of this. I swear to you, my darling. I feel as if I barely soothe the sting of her wound. She blinks, then nuzzles her face back into my shoulder. She is hiding from the sight of our son, whose breathing is being aided by an oxygen tank, his heart rate barely at an acceptable state. I turn my head to look out the window for a moment of reprieve. Kelsey's hand, wrapped around mine tight as iron, keeps my emotions tempered. I am pushed into the past briefly, yearning for a time when our lives weren't so complicated. The horizon shimmers in the humidity, morphing into a memory of Thomas's birth. He was so small, slightly premature. But Kelsey was never afraid. She knew that he was a champ from the moment he was bundled into a blanket and folded into her arms. Her love brought him into full, robust health. He grew up with parents who adored him, at least until I chose a life of work and duty over the blessings of family. I return back to the swelling heat of the helicopter. This time it's me who has to be strong. Me who has to breathe life into our son to bring him back into life.
Chapter 21. Kelsey. The rise and fall of Thomas's chest is slow but steady now that he is back in his home hospital, where they can tend to his condition. It all happened in a flash of moments, colors blending and blurring together. I hold onto Cade's arm, driftwood in the tsunami of our worst nightmare. He is responding positively, Miss Thornton, one of the nurses says with a tiny smile. The doctor will be in a few minutes. He is coming from surgery. I nod and thank the nurse, as well as several other medical staff who work on the cancer floor. When the redhead leaves, Cade and I are left alone with our son, lying dormant in a hospital bed, buried beneath a tangle of multicolored tubes and wires. I would like to think that the well of tears is dry, but when my eyes begin to swell up, I realize how infinite mourning truly is. I feel Cade's hand on my shoulder as I trace our son's fingers, up the pinky, rounding the ridge of the knuckle, then up to the ring finger. Hey! As if sensing my dismay, Cade shrinks down to my level, crouching next to me. Did you hear that? He's responding well. The doctor will get here and we can talk about the next steps. His hands graze my thighs, reassuringly tightening around them. I turn for a flicker of a moment away from Thomas, as if breaking contact will somehow shatter his well-being. My heart bounces in my ribcage. Did you mean what you said back there? I mutter. He frowns. The deep cobalt of his eyes is soft under the blinding hospital lights. I mean everything I say to you, Kelsey. I raise a skeptical eyebrow. I am too exhausted to explain my meaning, too tired to provoke the fight I want to have. But he picks it up before I have to draw another breath. A hand lifts to his face, rubbing harshly until the skin turns pink. I know in the past I wasn't entirely honest, but I am committed to us now. I hope you can believe that. He blinks, but his gaze does not waver. The heart rate monitor sounds through the room with its incessant noise. I do what I can to not let it consume me. I do believe you, Cade. I do, I say, taking in a cleansing breath. I want to know what's going on in your mind and your heart. I feel myself settling down from the bedlam of panic that roused adrenaline energy from the bottomless pit of my body. Lethargy is kicking in, and perhaps that makes me more susceptible to Cade's charms. But his hands on me, burning into me, feel earnest. The look in his eyes is no longer stoic. He is opening up to me in ways he never has before, like a tidal wave of exposure. He squeezes my thighs again and leans in closer. His voice sends sparks up the spine. I am going to do that for you and for Thomas. I am in this for us, for all of us. I feel my lips tingle, anticipating his touch, and he tilts his head to line up with mine. I lean forward and swath my arms around his head. Our mouths brush breathlessly, all tension evaporating out of our bodies as a tender kiss blossoms between us. I let it all go. All of the hurt and betrayal of the past, all of those nights spent sobbing alone, questioning my worth, all those days of single motherhood solidified my scorning as a permanent fixture of my soul. In this hospital room, I make a silent pledge. I will trust this man again. He loves our son as much as I do, and will do anything to make sure that the two of us are safe and thriving. I know it in my bones. But fate has other plans. Vibration cuts through our intimate moment. Cade's phone, a harp strum slicing through our benevolent moment. Our mouths separate, a poised question on my lips, invisible but predictable. It's not important, he whispers. They can wait. Cade pushes upward to kiss me again, but I pull away. My fingers roam the base of his skull, and I smile gently. You can answer it. I trust you. Cade sighs, then slides the phone out of his pocket. When he answers, his face hardens, back to the man whose entire life was dictated by the whims of his professional career standing. I don't like the sight, but I let it go. Relationships are all about picking your battles. Cade speaks quietly, my arm still enveloped around his head. One hand continues to rest on my thigh, and I watch it slowly begin to mutate into a tense claw shape, like Jekyll and Hyde. Sorry, he says, placing the phone at the foot of Thomas's bed. It's a minor office problem, but it can wait. Love is all about balance. Every couple in the world knows that all genders have to throw their person a bone every now and then. In order to rebuild trust, an opportunity has to be presented. So that is what I do. I offer him a chance at following through with his promise to commit to his family once more. You can go, I whisper back. I can wait here for the doctor and give you any updates, but like the nurse said, he is responding positively. Cade's expression is surprised but satisfied. He kisses me on the cheek, still talking in that signature low rumble. Are you sure? It really isn't a big problem. I am sure, I say genuinely. You haven't been there in a couple of months. I know it's important for you to maintain your firm. Go ahead, I'll be here. Gratitude glistens in Cade's eyes as he kisses me again, then brings his lips to my hand, fluttering along each digit. I cover my mouth to contain my laughter. I won't be long, he says, beaming. He then goes to Thomas with much more reverence. He kisses his forehead, lingers for a minute, then murmurs something sweet and thoughtful. "Hey, boss, I'll be back. You are going to be fine." Cade leaves after flashing me a quick wink. The boy I'd met back in college is back again. He leaves, and I do not feel alone. It is the mark of the truly constant in any loving relationship, when loneliness is rare and longing is a superb agony. I sigh, smiling to myself, and return my attention to Thomas. His breathing is continuously steady and his heart rate stable. I bring my hand to his forehead and begin to run my hands through his hair. I spot something then out of the corner of my eye. At the edge of the bed, there is a dark screen. I move toward it and realize that it is Cade's. He left his phone. I stare at it, dread coiling back up my spine. A lawyer of his status is attached to their phone at the hip. I look it over like it is an ancient artifact. I want to trust him. I literally just opened up my heart to him. I don't want to let suspicion possess me. I do know he needs his phone. If he is going back to the firm to fix a problem, he wants to be able to hear from me about Thomas. It is a practical matter. I plan a soft kiss on Thomas's cheek and ring for the nurse. The same redhead walks in, a middle-aged woman named Christina. I entrust her with Thomas's health and inquire about his doctor's arrival. She glances at her watch and grimaces. "Oof, could be a bit longer yet. He's coming to see you as soon as he gets out of surgery, but who knows how long that'll be." I thank her and let her know that I'll be back as soon as time permits. She reassures me that Thomas is in good hands and that his condition will only improve. I slide the phone into my pocket, grab my purse, and head out into the parking lot. There are signs of a rainstorm from the night before, but I have no memory of it. Dawn kisses the sky in burning tangerine. I hit the ignition and drive toward Cade's firm. Chapter 22. Kelsey. The sun begins to rise high in the sky. As dawn breaks into morning, the burning orange shimmer fades into a gray chrome, clouds blotting out the predictive shine of the day. I drive out to Cade's firm, forcing my fingers around the steering wheel. I move past the firm parking lot, spotting Cade's car outside a restaurant next to the office. I swerve and park a few cars down from his. I climb out and move into the fresh air, realizing that I'm still wearing the dress from yesterday's calamity. My mind considers this idly as I walk into the restaurant. The restaurant is a Caribbean Jamaican fusion. I have been here a few times when Cade and I were married, often waiting for him to get off work, other times drumming my fingers and foolishly checking my watch. There is an air-conditioned patio that looks out into the firm parking lot and is a popular place for Cade to take clients or his coworkers. I round my way through the restaurant, steel drums captivating foreign visitors. My hand is starting to sweat around Cade's phone. I switch hands, wiping it against my dress, then lift my eyes to lock onto a miserable sight. Cade is here, except he isn't entertaining a client or dealing with an office crisis. A woman sits in a booth next to him, leaning in close. I stop moving. It isn't a conscious act. My feet suddenly feel like they are being submerged in quicksand. I watch their interaction like a sniper watching a target. She snickers loudly, placing a hand on Cade's bicep. The woman is stunning. White, blonde, piercing sea glass eyes. I drop his phone into the pocket of my dress and pull out mine. With my hands shaking with an unfathomable rage, I raise it to my eye line. I get Cade and the stranger into the frame and snap a shot. I spin on my heels after slipping my phone away, returning stealthily back to my car. There is really no point in confronting him right now. The stitches on my heart are still sore, but I know I'm in the wrong state of mind to have this conversation with him now. I return to the hospital and strap myself to the port that has kept me sane after all these years of despondency. The well-being of my son. Thomas returns to consciousness. He is weak but lively in spirit. I cling to him as the days unfold. My commitment to Cade once again ashes in the wind. Our doctor informs us that Thomas will need a bone marrow transplant and recommends that he remain in the hospital while the procedure is arranged. Cade and I take turns spending time with him and structuring our lives around returning to work and tending to the household demands. We cycle for 2 days as my fury brews. I return to our shared space to bathe and see to the laundry that piled up over the holiday. Cade tried to pay the owners of the rental property to ship it home to us, though when they heard of our emergency departure, they refused to take money. Thomas only gets more and restless, entertainment in the hospital dwindling with distractions for his vibrant mind. I bring him video games, books, and movies. Cade talks to him about skateboarding, considering the possibility of buying him a board and beginning to practice. I keep the turmoil inside me on the back burner, as women tend to. I have no desire to bring it up again. Trust has been annihilated. There is no picking up the pieces from here on out. But Cade isn't a stupid man. This cannot go on forever. He reaches for me and I shrink away. He reassures me, and I divert my attention elsewhere. Our tension starts to boil over one evening when we are alone, an accident on my part. We were both home, tending to our separate matters, making a return back to the hospital before visiting hours were cut short. "I can drive us," Cade says, waiting at the front door. "I can take my car. I might come back later when he's asleep. I can drive too." My tone is flat, but I can feel resentment bubbling. This time, Cade doesn't let it slide. "Kelsey, what is going on? You haven't been able to meet my eyes for days now. And you keep yourself busy. What happened?" "I thought we were trying to rebuild something." I throw my bag over my shoulder and slip my shoes on without a word. I can feel him staring, dumbfounded, as I open the door. "Fine, you drive. Are you coming?" I snap. He walks past me toward his car. I lock the door behind us and follow. I get into the passenger seat, and he lights up the ignition. It roars to life, and the headlights stream out in front of us. "What are you doing?" I nearly hiss. "He's waiting for us. Let's go." "Why won't you answer me? I know something has changed. You don't make it very subtle." "Subtle?" I cackle, pulling the bag of goodies against my chest like a shield. "You wouldn't know subtle if it slapped you in the face, Cade. Come on, get going." Cade grunts, then reluctantly begins to back out of this driveway. He whips onto the road rather aggressively, enough to make me veer to the side, my shoulder bumping up against the car door. "Watch it," I shout at him. "Don't take your anger out on the car. I want to get there in one freaking piece." "Kelsey," Cade says, slowing the car down to a reasonable pace. "You have to tell me what is going on. We aren't going to get anywhere with these petty insults." I begin to shake with the combination of fury and hurt. I divert the conversation away from me, unable to form the proper words to relay my emotions. "You should return to work when you can. I know that you miss being there." My voice is mousy in the dim of the car. Cade pauses before speaking again, the silence between us thickening. "That's what this has been all about? You want me to go back to work? I thought we agreed that it was best for me to spend less time there. For us, for Thomas." I hate how calm he sounds. My next words come out in a squall of wrath. I wanted to hurt him. I want him to feel the unraveling like a hot poker digging into his ribs, the way I do. "For us, you must be joking, Cade. That's a very interesting way of putting it. You really think that I wouldn't find out? The second you commit yourself to me, to us, to a family, you go out claiming some office crisis because you can never and will never be able to give me 100%. What a bunch of crap." Cade is perplexed, but I cannot and I will not let him influence me. What are you saying? I saw you with a woman. You left your phone in the hospital, and I was bringing it to you and I saw her. Do you think I am an idiot? Really? Anger overflows into grief, and the tears begin to flood my vision. I bawl in the passenger seat while he continues to stay silent. It makes me even more infuriated. Kelsey, he says, whispering softly, I want you to think for a moment before we get back to the hospital. Why do you think I would do what you're implying? Why is your trust in me so easily eroded? I interpreted his timbre as condescending, so I bite back. Stop lying to me. Tell me the truth. Cade continues to drive. We are not far from the hospital. The well of my tears dries up as silence returns. I have nothing else to say as Cade parks. I wait for him, as I always do. I want to tell you something, he finally mutters. I don't realize it, but I'm holding my breath.
Chapter 23. Cade. I can tell when Kelsey is spiraling. I feel my own vehemence, my defense system ready to fire back at her harsh accusations. But then I remember something vital. Nothing changes if nothing changes. It was something she had said to me during one of our most heated confrontations. She had asked me time and time again, initially starting off as a request and descending into an ultimatum to be a more present husband and father. I refuted every single stance she took, applying my lawyer-like methods of semantics. She was growing tired of me. I could see it, but I refused to acknowledge it. I told myself that it was all her own doing, and she had stood there, her mouth twisted in agony, and spouted the words that echoed down the corridors of my mind years after. She was finally done with me. Nothing changes, Cade, she said, her tone ominous and terrifying. If nothing changes, do what you will with that. We were separated a month after the argument. I kept blaming her in my head. She didn't understand. She just couldn't. Now, I see the same woman looking at me who had stared at me under flagrant kitchen lamps and made a vow not only to herself, but to her son. Patterns have to change. We have to change. Tears glimmer in the bleak parking lot light on my ex-wife's cheeks. I turn to face her, leaning against the steering wheel, ready to shatter a decade of our ridiculous pattern. I want to tell you something, I mutter. She turns from me, scoffing. I reach out and I take her wrist, not roughly, but it is enough for her to shirk away. She seethes, opening the car door. I'm not going to fall under your spell. Not ever again. She jumps out of the car, slamming the door with miraculous strength. It reverberates through the parking garage. I take my phone from my pocket and make one of the most important phone calls of my life. Hey, Maria. I need a huge favor. 10 minutes later, I gather myself and return to Thomas's hospital room. He's bouncy and jittery, like any 10-year-old shackled to a hospital bed for days on end. I pay no mind to Kelsey as I stand by the door. One of my friends from work is bringing a dinner platter, I say, focusing on Thomas. What do you think of that? What's a dinner platter? I laugh. Kelsey remains solemn. It's an assortment of food. Crackers, veggies, cheese, small cut-up bits of meat. I will eat anything, Thomas exclaims, giggling. Kelsey smiles with him, but her expression is vacant. 5 minutes later, Maria walks into the room, holding a catering order that I've had many times over the years. The second Kelsey sees her, I can feel her scorn. Honey, we're gonna get this food set up. Anything you don't want? Kelsey asks Thomas, rubbing his head like it is a genie lamp. His attention is stolen by a cartoon TV program. Kelsey kisses him and bolts out the door. Maria gazes up at me with great trepidation. I shake my head and promise that all will be okay. Kelsey stamps down the hallway to a small kitchenette. Maria and I follow. Kelsey keeps her distance, folding her arms over her chest. You've done it now, she mutters under her breath. It's nice to finally meet you, Maria says, cracking open the pre-made package. I've heard so much about you and Thomas over the years. Before Kelsey has the chance to lash out, I step between the women, towering over Kelsey with as little aggression as my stature can muster. "This is the receptionist at my law firm," I say, gently but without malice. "We've been friends for a while now." Kelsey doesn't budge. Her arms tighten around her chest like a boa constrictor. "Yes, my wife, Carmina, and I have wanted to meet Thomas for some time now. It's been too long without a proper introduction, I think." I watch Kelsey as the words are absorbed. I try to approach the situation without patronization. I truly want her to understand what is happening, without my need to launch into detailed explanations. "Your wife," Kelsey responds. "Yes, 5 years we've been married now. Believe it or not, she's really into law. She's a writer." I had asked Maria to remain casual but to focus on talking about her life, particularly her proclivities in dating. She chats without pausing in her task, taking plates from the shelving and laying out a variety of cheeses, meats, vegetable cuts, and crackers. She turns to Kelsey, whose arms finally fall from her chest. Her protective stance is fragmenting. "Carmina loves to hear about the cases, as much as we are willing and able to share anyway." I smile at Maria, and she smiles back. Our platonic relationship shines through as Kelsey begins to wring her hands together. That is the signal to pull back. "Thank you, Maria. Do you mind bringing a plate to Thomas? I'm sure he'd like to hear all about the books Carmina has been working on." "No problem, boss." She takes 2 plates and returns to the hospital room, closing the door behind her to give us privacy. When I find Kelsey again, she is frozen still. The past me would have held the attack against her for the rest of our lives. The jealousy, the intensity of her reaction, I would have shoved it down her throat. But the truth is, I have an idea why she did what she did. I have to keep moving toward mending, or we will fly backward, never truly healing. "Kelsey, can I come closer?" She nods, digging her nails into the thin layer of skin of her knuckles. The hospital is noiseless tonight, a dull muddle of conversation as distant as a ship at sea. That is how I am feeling, distant, lonely. I step closer, and I hold my hands out plans to the sky. Her eyes are unfixed, embarrassment and surprise mingling. "I didn't do that to embarrass you. I just wanted it to come from someone else's mouth. Because I know I've toyed with you over the years. I wanted her to say it. Someone else who knows me." She nods silently. I start to wonder if she's shutting down. It's a common defense mechanism of hers. I try to push past the barriers, to run over the drawbridge before it closes up, forever. "Now that you have heard it, I need to know the truth. What motivated such a reaction? I want to know everything that is going on with you. The way you said you wanted the same from me. Please." Kelsey swallows and her lips part. I can see the wheels turning in her beautiful mind, the windows of her eyes weary. My heart begins to drum in my chest, as scared as I was when Thomas had disappeared. I... She trips over her words. "I don't know." I take another step closer. A few nurses saunter by, chatting and giggling. "Please look inside yourself. You've been somehow even more guarded against me ever since Thomas's diagnosis. I want to have it out, right here, right now. I am fighting for you." I wait for her. Her lip is trembling as my hope fades. Have we simply dried so far apart that there is no space for recovery? I can only blame myself. But I stand firm, gazing down at her. The love of my life. The mother of my child. My everything. Chapter 24. Cade. "What do you want me to say?" she mutters, wiping at her nose. "You know what I was thinking. Why do I have to reiterate it?" I take another step closer. She doesn't move. That is a good sign. I'm guessing that it was fueled by jealousy. You saw me with another woman and thought that I was seeing someone under your nose. I feel free and open with my confession, while Kelsey remains imprisoned by her own hesitation. The hospital remains quiet. A faint whisper slips out of Kelsey's mouth. It's small, but it's something. Yes, she says. I was afraid that you had. Saying you were going to change when you didn't. I wasn't going to be taken for a fool. I unfold my hands together and tilt my head, signaling curiosity. I am in it now. There is no turning back. I'm not immune to scathing words, but I feel a robust sense of conviction. I have to know that I gave my all. For her and for our family. I guess that, I murmur back. What else? Kelsey begins to grind her teeth, then releases a vicious confession that would have deterred me from further investigation in the past. Yes, I was scared, okay. Fear is the best friend of anger, I know. I wanted to hurt you because of how much you hurt me back then. How painful it was being without you. She bites into the word, chewing on the venom of the past. I still cannot blame her. You know what it was like having to take care of a little boy and work on my career? People like to champion women and say, we can have it all. We can't, Cade. Because no matter what I did, I could never make you want me as much as I wanted you. She begins to crumble again, and I use the opportunity to pull her into my arms. I cradle her around her waist, but she does not embrace me. I am not forcing myself on her, merely holding her. She turns her head away, her expression distorted in mourning. I look down at the woman I hurt. The woman whose brain, heart, and body I had fallen in love with back in college, whose thirst for adventure and knowledge was not brave but dreamy. She was always able to express herself better than me, even if the feelings were difficult and tangled up in her head. Kelsey, I want you to hear me, and hear me now. What I did to you back then, there is no excuse for it. I was selfish. I put my work before you two. I thought that was what a man was supposed to do. I swallow and her head swivels toward me slightly. She is listening. I go on, clearly anguished. But I was wrong. Terribly, terribly wrong. I never stopped thinking of you, wanting you, even after the divorce. I didn't see how we could coexist, but my love never wavered. Now I know better. I learned over these past few weeks what I'm missing. What an idiot I have been. Her stunning honey hazel eyes flicker up to me. There is a tickle of a smile on those magical lips. Say that again. I smirk, then lean down closer. My voice is a gentle breeze against her slightly parted mouth. I am an idiot. Kelsey bites her lip. That's a good start. She snickers, then sighs. Oh, Cade, I've never stopped wanting you too. I didn't want to be pining like some dog chasing after a treat. I didn't want to be a fool. Her arms relax and finally rise to snake around my hand. She roams her fingers in my hair as mine pull at her waist, desiring to be close to her, to be deeply under her skin. And you are not, I emphasize, my voice growing lower. You have never been a fool. I am. But I am going to make that up to you by becoming the man you have always wanted. The man you have always deserved. A bright, rich future dances in her eyes. There are no more tears. Kelsey. Yes. I love you. I press my mouth to hers, sealing the deal on a refined commitment to one another. Fireworks go off inside my belly as her breath hitches in her throat, molding her shape against mine just as Maria returns around the corner with 2 empty plates. Sorry, she says. We pull our lips away from one another, but Kelsey slides her hands down my chest and lets them settle there. Her every touch is a burning ember on my body. No need, I say. How is Thomas doing? We should probably go back in there. We should, Kelsey agrees. The 3 of us come back into the hospital room. It feels brighter somehow, holding my soulmate's hand. I notice Thomas's eyes glide down to spot it. Does this mean I'm going to have a baby brother? He exclaims. I shoot a glance at Kelsey and we burst into laughter. Maria sits next to Thomas, having been easily acquainted. That's something we can talk about later, honey, Kelsey says, tightening her grip against me. Oh, man, Thomas says. Maria stays for another hour, and we all talk as the TV blares in the background. Thomas is entranced by the content as Kelsey and I give in to eat. He never stopped talking about you. You know that, right? Maria remarks. Kelsey, in the middle of shoving grapes into her mouth, narrows her eyes at me. I know the look is sarcastic in nature. Really? She says, holding the cluster in her hands. Tell me about that. Maria has one leg up on her chair, swinging it casually. Any chance he could get, he would mention Thomas. When the divorce came up, it was all very hush-hush at first. But then he spoke about you, in a different context. But I could tell there was still something there. Yeah, Kelsey said. Maria nods, gazing back at me. And he never dated anyone, Maria says with a wink. That is hard to hide in a firm like ours. Everyone knows everyone's business. So I would certainly know. Wow, Kelsey says, grinning and finally popping the grapes into her mouth. I should have known. I bow my head and both women laugh. It is music to my ears. Eventually, Thomas dozes. Maria leaves after we make plans to have a double date with her and her wife. Kelsey begins to put out the cot to sleep next to Thomas. I place a hand on hers as she reaches for the mattress. No, you should go back tonight. Get some rest. I'll stay here. She pauses, then lets go, taking my face in her hands. It is abrupt but cute and sexy. Thank you, she says. I'm really exhausted. I think I'll take a shower and fall right into bed. I wish I could come with you and do both. Her tongue slides out her mouth as she giggles. I kiss her neck, her cheeks, her eyes, and finally, her perfect lips. Her taste, her scent, intoxicates me. When we part, we are both smiling, like two college kids. The meeting about the surgery is tomorrow, she says, stroking my head cautiously. I know. I may come back a bit earlier to shower and change, but I'll be there. Bright and early. We kiss one last time and she starts to walk down the hallway. When she turns back, she is silhouetted by the unforgiving lamps of the fluorescence. But she is a goddess, my soulmate. My everything. She gives me a little wave. I wave back, my heart punching in my chest. When I return to Thomas, he is still sound asleep. I lay on the cot and sit up, watching him. How could I have ever put anything over this? My heart is on fire. I will never want or need anything but this.
Chapter 25. Kelsey. I travel home with a newfound sense of comfort. Cade pushed me further than I initially wanted to go, but at the end of the day, I am content that he did. I fall into bed after stripping off my jeans and t-shirt and have one of the most restful sleeps of my life. I am comforted by knowing Cade is present with our son, snoozing away. Though I love that he's there, I can't help but dream about what we would be doing if Cade were next to me between these sheets. The next 6 months are traumatic, to say the very least. They consist of hospital visits, meetings with doctors, and having to tell our child an uncomfortable truth. He isn't too young to understand the concept of death, as much as I want to shield him from it. There are many interactions where I feel he can see through me, like a boy much older. The experience of being doted over by doctors has certainly matured him in all the ways he never asked for. Cade and I spend many nights curled up together, limbs entailed to the point where the distinction between us is near impossible. But eventually, dawn spills upon the skies of our nightmare. Thomas begins to improve around the 5th month mark, around the time we are considering setting up a home medical room for him so we can spend more time together. Finally, the treatment begins to move the page on his illness, and I notice the life returning to his face. 6 months in, we finally have the meeting with his doctor that we've spent months hoping for. Thomas is with us, unable to sit still. I take that as a good sign. Cade keeps him busy as the doctor walks in, smiling broadly. I feel something move in me, something glowing. It isn't just hope. It's a changing of the tide. I will get straight to the point. Dr. Cameron said, not even taking a seat. The progress has been exceptional. We are very happy with it and am beyond honored to inform you that the leukemia is in remission. Thomas stands up and cheers. A hand flies to my mouth, and all of the tension in me dissipates, like snow melting into rain. Cade claps his hands together and his eyes glass over. "That is spectacular news," Cade says, rising to his feet. The doctor does the same as Thomas prances around the room. The two men shake hands, and then when it comes to me, I pull him into a strong embrace. "Thank you for taking care of our son," I say through tears. "Thank you." It all feels like a blur, colors colliding with one another as time continues to flow. It doesn't all feel real. Having held on to my family during the storm, we can finally let go and learn to breathe. We redecorate Thomas's room, wanting to get rid of anything that holds the memory of his months in the hospital. We are realistic as far as a leukemia diagnosis is concerned. We know that time is precious. We are going to make the most of it. Thomas returns to school, and he is thriving. It makes my heart soar to see him running to the school bus, coming back and giggling about all the friends he missed so dearly. Cade goes back to work, but with a much smaller role. He limits his hours from 9 to 5 and never goes over. On weekends, his phone stays by the bedside table. One afternoon, I stand at the kitchen sink, soft golden light slanting through and glistening over the soapy water. It is a moment of peace a few hours before Thomas gets home. I close my eyes, my hand immersed into the warm water. Lemon scent floats up into my nostrils, and I close my eyes. Then I hear the front door open. I open my eyes slowly, smiling to myself. "How was your day, honey?" I yell into the other room, finishing off the dishes in the sink. I think nothing of it when there is no reply. A few seconds later, my favorite pair of arms enfold me. "Hi, gorgeous." Cade peppers my neck with soft kisses, and I tilt my head to the side. I bring my hands from the water and tangle my fingers in his. Together we sway for a moment, and the peace engulfs us, like an invisible, beautiful bubble. "You're home early," I mutter. "I am." His lips brush against my ear. "I couldn't wait to see you. I have a very important question to ask." He continues gliding his mouth along the valley of my neck. He slowly turns me around, takes me by the wrists, and starts to back out of the kitchen. I scowl, my hands still damp from the sink, trying to peel myself from him. "Let me wipe my hands first," I say, giggling. "This can't wait," he teases. He has been overly romantic lately, in a way that every woman fantasizes about. I am flabbergasted when he takes me outside onto the front porch. There, I see a sea of lilies adorning the bench. Candlelight flickers in the fading day, framed in the shape of a heart. My heart crawls up into my throat. I turn around and find Cade on one knee. He pops open a small ruby red box, revealing a sparkling diamond-encrusted ring. It is not the same ring he proposed with the first time, but one that I had spoken about during college. Our initials are engraved within the band, including Thomas's. I begin to weep, barely absorbing the question that pours out of his mouth. "Will you marry me again?" I leap into his arms just as the school bus rounds the corner. Of course, Cade."
Chapter 26. Cade. She said yes. Later that evening, my heart still races with joy to think about. We pause in the hallway, making sure Thomas is asleep before I lead her to the bedroom. Everything that we have gone through the past 5 years, and even before, it has all led up to this. It feels very full circle, and I don't know how I managed to be lucky enough to convince her, not once but twice, to marry me. Her hand rests warmly in mine as I pull her to me, stopping outside our bedroom door to press her into the wall and kiss her. She chuckles, her smile reaching her eyes as she threads her hand in my hair, kissing me back with fervor. I break away, panting to look at her with a smile. I back her to the bed, stopping to unbutton her pants before gently laying her down. I slide them off slowly, hooking my fingers into her lace panties and pulling them down to the floor. I slide my hands up her body, grasping the hem of her shirt to lift it over her head. We know you want more, and we're going to give it to you. Just not right now, where YouTube's guidelines won't allow us. Find all the delicious details you can handle over at VixAvaughnRomance.com and use code VIXA40 for a great deal on the chapter conclusion you really want. Back to it.
Chapter 27. Kelsey. After the proposal, everything finally feels like it is in balance. But then one final obstacle burst from the ground, like weed that simply could not be stamped out. Thomas is going to need one more bone marrow transplant in order to stabilize his condition. We've been assured this is the very last by his oncologist. This one is likely going to help him stay in remission for years, which also translates to the likelihood of being cured. What we mean by cured is this, the doctor says, speaking to Cade and me a few months after we were told he'd gone into remission. A 5+ year survival rate in kids like Thomas is considered cured, since he has responded well. We feel like this last one will seal the deal. It is a lot to take in, but I have grown used to the emotional whiplash of living with a child with a supposedly incurable illness. I have been taking meditation classes and filling out a journal, while Cade has remained the steady port in our storm. He has even started to meditate with me and make time for his own personal self-care, vital for a caregiver's own well-being. Thomas, though, is a whole other story. He is ambivalent about it, as any young kid who can barely grasp the concept of life and death would be. I have signed Cade and I up for group therapy, gathering with other parents who cope with taking care of a terminally ill child. We equally handle the advice, balancing out the labor depending upon what each of us can handle on a day-to-day basis. I've gone back to teaching, but it is part-time. Cade convinced me, rather eloquently, how I must pursue my goals beyond my life as a mother. Your sacrifices are seen, he says, my head resting in his lap during a particularly intimidating thunderstorm one day. But that isn't all of who you are. The same way my work isn't all of who I am. Just because you're a woman doesn't mean you have to build your entire identity around him. You love him, but you don't need to give everything up to prove it. I sit up, the flicker of the fireplace warming my skin. He runs his fingers along my jawline and tugs at my earlobes. Did you go to therapy without me knowing? I tease him. Cade shrugs, various pamphlets and printouts about childhood leukemia lying next to him on the couch. The procedure is tomorrow, and Thomas is beyond reluctant. You never know these days. I sigh, my eyes averting to the darkened windows, dressed in glassy droplets of rain. He leans forward, sliding his hands into mine. You know he's going to be okay, right? It's my turn to shrug. I really don't know that for a fact. And putting him through all this again, I just don't know. I raise my hand to my face and rub it hard. He's getting older now. He can articulate his feelings, but he can't make the decision about his own health, even if he's been through more than most people our age already. I hate the idea that we are making him do this. I feel his anger. I know it must be confusing. Cade lifts my hands and begins to kiss each finger. He isn't placating me, but helping me relax. My eyes are dry, as is my throat. Tears will come, but not right now. He is older, as you said, but he really doesn't get the entire picture. He knows what death is. He knows what life is. Sort of. When he's older and thriving, he will thank us for what we did. We just have to be there for him to push through. Cade is right, as usual. I lean my head against his chest, listening to the soothing beat of his heart. I don't know what I'd do without you, I whisper. I don't know what I'd do with you, he emphasizes. We take Thomas in for the procedure the next day. He is still begrudgingly obliging. I keep my head on straight, as does Cade, as our son changes into the powder blue hospital gown, hopefully for the very last time. "You can do this, honey," I say, kissing his forehead. He is slightly sedated, but up through the anger, his love blossoms. I make room for it, the way I am going to make room for everything that comes our way as a unit. "I'm sorry I've been grumpy," he says, eyes dozing and fluttering. "Just the medicine makes my brain slow. I can't play my video games. I can't do anything." Cade kisses his head. He rubs Thomas's forehead with his thumb as he speaks softly. "And after today, you are going to start feeling better. I promise you. We will go out and play and do anything and everything. This is going to make you feel even stronger." I see a flicker of maturity pass through Thomas's sage eyes. Perhaps he is too old to accept such promises, but also maybe he is young enough to believe it. "I know, Dad," he mutters back. "Mom said that too." We all spoke about the procedure beforehand. We answered every question he posed, bought books, and shared pamphlets. He has waxed and waned in interest. The pediatric surgeon told us that it was all entirely normal. It's a lot for even adults to grasp. He recites the information back to us like a practice chant, just before being rolled into the operating room. The new stem cells will grow in places of the diseased ones. They will flourish and make me healthy again. "Yes, darling, exactly," I reply, the tears finally coming. Once he is completely subdued, Thomas is taken in for the procedure. This isn't the first time Cade and I have gone through this together, but it may just be our last shot in giving our son a chance at a normal life. We speak about nothing in particular for the entire 2 hours that he is gone. I cannot look forward, nor can I look back. Not until my son is back and laughing in my arms. The surgeon comes to us hours later, and we leap to our feet, hands still meshed like one body. "I believe that went well," the surgeon says, decked out in his aquamarine scrubs. "He will be ready for you in the next few minutes. A nurse will come and let you out." We nod in unison. Nothing else exists in this moment. The rhythm of our heartbeats have aligned, like soldiers walking onto a battlefield. Cade breaks the hush, pulling me in close to him. I bury my face against him, weakness taking me over. I feel a scream stuck in my throat. I mutter into him. "Do it then," he says, not missing a beat. I think we all deserve a scream or two. I don't scream, but I make a mental note. One of the members of the cancer family group suggested finding a spot somewhere out the forest to let it all out. Rotten things have to come out somehow, and they will fester, especially the rage that comes against our maker for poisoning our son with an incurable disease. But we both place that aside and go into the recovery room. Thomas is still out, but his breathing is steady. I kiss his head and hands, a roller coaster of emotions bubbling up inside me. The surgeon enters the room. I don't want to be too eager about this, but I do feel like the procedure went well. We do have a while to wait and see how he responds, but I am feeling positive. I wanted you two to know that. Cade and I accept the surgeon's words with a grain of salt. A part of me is afraid to hope. Hope lost feels rather painful, but Cade is good at holding hope for the two of us. He has always been. Thank you, doctor. We really appreciate that, he says with a tired smile. We begin our ritual of waiting by our son's side for him to wake. The next 3 to 6 months will give us a better indication of how likely he is to stay in remission and one day be considered cured, thanks to this treatment. We won't know quickly, but we hold on to what matters most, within the eye of our personal storm.
Chapter 28. Cade. 3 months have passed since Thomas's most recent and successful bone marrow transplant. My heart is alight today, full of joy for many reasons, not least of which is my ability to say that our boy has completely turned around. We have much to celebrate today, the day of our wedding, taking place at the bakehouse from which our love manifested once more after years of disconnection. I purchased a home in Vero Beach for us to live in, where we have been staying during the week leading up to the wedding. The sky above sparkles a perfect blue promise, the lake glittering with visions of a magnificent tomorrow. I'm standing at the end of the aisle in a three-piece suave suit, a kingfisher blue with cream-shaded accents. I went with one that matches my eyes suggested by Kelsey. "It was those eyes," she said during the fitting, biting her lip. "They're hypnotic. It was those eyes that brought me back, and it's those eyes that will make me stay. Forever." I sigh, the gentle ripple of the crashing waves painting the serenity of the scene. My heart thunders in anticipation as a string quartet begins to strum. Guests fill the white wooden chairs set up on the emerald grass, standing as the music signals the reveal of the most stunning bride they will ever lay eyes on. My breath catches in my throat as the love of my life turns around the bend, holding a bouquet of vivid red roses in her clutches. The dress that flawlessly hugs her curves differs from the one she wore the first time. It has an enchanting long runner to it, swaying behind her as she floats down to me like a queen. She wears no veil, her hair pulled back into a tasteful high bun. Some of her hair flares out intentionally, framing her face like a halo. Under the Florida sunlight, her hazel eyes shine at me. Murmurs of awe mingle with the sweet melody of the string quartet. Kelsey hovers alongside strewn flower petals, a medley of daisies and lilies, popping with color against the soft velvet rug. She comes to me like an angel fluttering down from the heavens and stands beneath a wooden carved archway of intertwined roses and ivy. It frames the setting of the tropical climate with a fairy tale ambience, fit only for royalty. It is then Thomas's time to shine. He comes down the aisle holding a crimson pillow, the portrait of prospering health. His smile looks as if it will cause his face to crack. He scatters more petals, roses this time, as the melody hums along. He stops next to his mother, who places a faint kiss on his forehead. I do the same, and the spectators gawk with exhilaration. Our minister is different from the last time. This time it is a long-haired woman named Samantha with piercing green eyes. She speaks, invigorated, raising her hands high into the crystal-clear sky above. "Welcome one, welcome all. We are gathered here today in celebration of the rekindling of love, a reminder that even the most fractured of connections can be amended and replaced by an even more solid bedrock than before." I stare at Kelsey, the bouquet of flowers held in her hands paling in comparison to her transcendent beauty. As I slide the ring onto Kelsey's finger, I recite my pre-written vows. My conviction is unshakable, and I do not avert my gaze for a single moment. Kelsey, my love for you is something that never burned out. The embers as me remained pulsing, even when the foundation of our relationship crumbled. That was all my doing. I vow to you today that I will show you the fire of that love. How I burn for you will always be known. You're my blazing sun, my darling. Kelsey's smile is beyond gorgeous. She does the same for me, the cool metal of the ring sliding onto my finger, her gaze unwavering. Cade, my love for you I once believed was like the moon, emerging in a cycle, set to inevitably disappear. But your renewed commitment to me, to our son, to us, to rebuild the life that was stolen from us, has reminded me that my love is still like the moon. It has always been there. Nature responds, waves crashing against the dock hard enough to upheave the wood. Our guests cackle and laugh, elation contagious. I now pronounce you husband and wife, our minister says. You may now kiss one another. Music erupts again from the quartet in celebration of our commitment. I bring my lips to Kelsey, bending her backward for dramatic effect. She pulls me in close as the guests applaud. The air is warm, our future bright as the sun. When we stand up, I whisper into Kelsey's ear, watching the goosebumps bloom along her skin happily. I love you. She presses her cheek against mine, breathless. I love you too. Gleeful and poised, we move on to the next commemorative event. The reception takes place at the lake house as well, lights laced around several tents. All of our family is here, including both sets of Thomas's grandparents. Both were surprised to find that Kelsey and I had found each other again, but they quickly grew warm to each side again once they realized we were serious. Well, once they realized I was serious. How is the firm doing then? Kelsey's father, confident in his daughter's decision-making skills, speaks to me with a hand on my shoulder. He looks at me as if studying my reaction, but I have not an ounce of fear left in me. It's doing well, I respond, swirling champagne in my hand. I've taken a major step back in the last 6 months to take care of Thomas. And to be honest, it's really refreshing not having to be in that stuffy office all day. He seems to approve, as does Kelsey's mother, whose arms are wrapped around Thomas in a death grip. So you work from home a lot, her father goes on. I do. I only really do a couple of days a week, so I can be here for Thomas and so Kelsey can get back to school. They respond to me well and congratulate us again. Kelsey's mother plants a tiny kiss on my cheeks, whispering into my ear just before departing with her husband across the dance floor. You are a good man, Cade. Don't screw this up again. I won't. I promise. Kelsey had been greeting other guests. She comes soaring back, her eyes gleaming with intrigue. What was that all about? She says, wrinkling her nose. Nothing special, I say, kissing her cheeks. Are you going to make your announcement soon? Kelsey smirks, lowering her palm to her belly. Thomas is nearby and catches the gesture. What? Is there a baby? Kelsey widens her eyes and raises a finger to her lips. I can't help but burst into untamable laughter. The two of you! Peas in a pod, she remarks, rolling her eyes. Kelsey interrupts the band and takes the microphone, thanking all of the guests for their arrival, their gifts, and their continued support. Under the chandelier of stars, she looks at me and winks. My heart skips a beat and I see a flash of our future. Us two, talking under the wash of moonlight, laughing with steaming cups of coffee, deliriously in love. I wanted to make an announcement before everyone hits the bar. She smiles wildly. We are welcoming the arrival of another family member. She brings a hand to her belly again, rubbing it in a circular motion. Takes the guests a few moments to realize what she is implying. Then finally, they flare up in a boom of applause. I am flooded with congratulations, and the music returns. Kelsey comes back to me, and I reach for her in the turmoil, gripping our hands together. Can it be a boy? Thomas shouts. Everyone starts to chuckle. I pull him close to me. We can't really control that, Thomas, but you will love them no matter what, right? He smiles up at us and starts asking questions about the gender of the child. Kelsey and I exchange a look. Looks like we're going to have to talk to you about the birds and the bees, Kelsey says. But not right now. Give me a break. We laugh together. The night goes on. Our own private utopia.
Chapter 29. Kelsey. As Cade carries me down the hall, the scent of vanilla wafts around us as we enter the bedroom. My gown drapes over his arms, scattering the rose petals that cover the carpet. The flickering of candles fills the room, casting a romantic glow on us as our shadows near the bed. My heart races as Cade tilts my head to his and presses the sweetest kiss to my lips. I can't believe that our forever has earned a second chance. His mouth is soft yet in charge as his tongue sweeps across mine, causing my breath to catch as I open for him. Heat begins to pool low between my legs, knowing what is to come. Cade gently puts me on my feet and turns me, sliding his hands around my waist while he kisses the back of my neck. I love you, Kelsey, he breathes, sending goosebumps cascading down my back and arms. He slowly unzips my dress, letting it fall to the floor and pool around my feet. His hands caress my skin, sliding them down along my stomach to the waistband of my tiny white thong. Not so fast. This portion of the chapter is too hot for YouTube. And since we want to keep bringing you free, full audiobooks, we have to listen. Find all the spiciness you want over at VixAvonRomance.com, where your every fantasy will be indulged. Use code VIXA40 for great savings on this and other bonus content. Now, back to our story.
Chapter 30. Cade. It took some convincing, but Kelsey finally agreed to take a little honeymoon trip off the coast. It took even more convincing to leave Thomas behind, in the safe and trusting arms of Maria and her wife. Her anxiety about Thomas ebbs and flows, as does my own. But we needed some time alone outside little date nights. We love him dearly, but I knew that once we remarried, we absolutely had to keep each other's needs satiated. My heart cannot take the idea of drifting apart again. Old habits do die hard, and work would become a crutch for me. Taking care of Thomas would be Kelsey's crutch. If we followed the same patterns as the first time, we would be doomed from the start. I used this argument before the wedding ceremony to cajole Kelsey. You meditate, you write in your journal, you go to those group meetings, you work. We care for Thomas. You are putting everything into taking care of him, and claim to be for yourself. But I want to see you relax. In fact, I need to. We need to. She turned away, mulling it over. We were lying in bed at the lake house just after moving in, boxes piled high, and that rustic house smell emanating off the old wallpaper. I know. You're right. But that includes you too, right? Kelsey said, arching an eyebrow at me. Your version of relaxing can't be detaching anymore. I can't be taking on all I carried before. We're a team. We have to share it all. We eventually came to a compromise, saying that we would take 5 whole days as a honeymoon and let Maria and her wife stay over at the lake house to care for Thomas. And Kelsey certainly followed through on that. She groans on our second morning, eyes fluttering open just past 11 a.m. We're staying in a floating hut on the South Pacific Ocean, sometimes referred to as a volcanic island. Good morning, gorgeous, I whisper. I rented the most luxurious floating villa that money could buy. Windows are in abundance, showing off the glittering, crystal-clear oasis from every angle. We have a living room, a kitchen, a large bathroom with a jacuzzi tub, and a deck. The lagoon-like waters show off a variety of fish and aquatic creatures native to the Polynesian island, like our own massive aquarium on display. God, Kelsey mutters, flipping onto her back and tucking her arm behind her head. I am really going to hate looking out over the lake after this. You spoil me. I have made coffee, having risen for the sunrise. I sit with my feet in the water, splashing around as a bewitching fusion of colors smear across the sky. Maroon, pastel yellow, burning orange. Isn't that what a good husband is supposed to do? I say, flashing a smirk. I bring our coffees over to the bed, where we have been spending most of our time. We are far older than we were when we first embarked on our physical relationship, but the passion and stamina have not declined. Nevertheless, the woman is certainly keeping me on my toes. Come here, she says, purring. I barely get enough time to place the mug down before Kelsey pulls me on top of her, her lips burning as she crushes them against mine. She parts her mouth, intertwining her tongue with mine. She knows what gets me going. And to be honest, it doesn't take much, especially when you don't have to keep quiet or worry about a young kid walking in. God, you taste so good, she whispers, scraping her nails down the front of my chest. Kelsey, I groan back. There is really no resisting her, and what for? We make love for hours and come up for air to refuel and update Maria on our adventures, which up to that point have been spent exploring the hills and ridges of each other. We are going stargazing tonight, Kelsey says, talking to Maria on the phone later. It was Cade's idea, of course. We agreed that we would try to participate in some tourist activities, even if our main interest was getting lost in each other. We have to have something to show Thomas when we return home. We say goodbye to Thomas, then eat some tasty Tahitian cuisine. We lay out in the sun to digest our meal, hands never separating, before it is time to head out onto the stargazing escapade. We both dress up to the nines but stay comfortable. Kelsey has truly taken to the sundresses, and I am not complaining. She wears one adorned in multicolored parrots, a wrap look with a sneaky slit running up the thigh, exposing that delectable skin. I wear a loose-fitted Hawaiian shirt and shorts. I am thankful for the descending sun, giving us both a chance to catch our breath. We are whisked away on a private motu, the emerald mystical mountain of the island fading into a dark silhouette as we move farther out to sea. Soon enough, dusk falls over us like a cape, tiny speckles blooming into flickering starlight. We listen to a local Tahitian tale as planets flourish, the night sky unraveling before our very eyes. The star guide goes on about the astronomical factors that pertain to each galaxy, as well as century-old stories told through generations. Storytelling in itself is highlighted, explaining how Polynesians once used it to decode the night sky to aid them in their travels across the great Pacific Ocean. Kelsey listens intently, nodding along to the engaging star storyteller. I wish the moment could last forever, but eventually, the rise comes to an end. We are taken back to the shoreline where another boat waits to take us back to our floating villa. Kelsey, pulling at my hand, paces along the sandy shores. I can't believe we are here. Here in Bora Bora? I ask. Well, yes, she says, giggling. But here, I mean, you and I together. I can't believe that we are one again. It feels strange. I stop walking and look into her eyes. They are sparkling, despite the beach only being lit by torchlight. Everything she is saying is genuine. I can feel it. Did you truly think that this would never happen? That you wouldn't be able to forgive? She pauses, hesitating, then nods. I appreciate her frankness. I intertwine her finger with mine. I can't blame you at all. I was an asshole. I know it's not easy being with me, but I want to make it easy. You know that, right? I want every day to be like this. Kelsey chuckles. You know every day can't be like Bora Bora, she emphasizes. I don't expect that. Well, you should. It's what you deserve. I want you to know that. I pull her by the hips and she comes to me. Her arms snake around my neck, a sensation I have grown used to. I never want to be without it. Yes, sir, she says, biting her lip. We barely make it back inside the hut before stripping each other naked. Hidden in the dark, we make love poolside, serenaded by murmurs of tomorrow's perfect indulgence. We fall asleep early after saying goodnight to Thomas. We doze off in the nude, the breeze blowing into the bedroom and making the curtains sway. I cannot wait for another sunrise. I want to experience every single one with this woman by my side.